Okay. Okay, başlayabiliyoruz.
Okay, so we can get started. Hello, I'm Engel Taştan. I'm both Turkey and Central Asia and Ukraine markets of GoodWe. And today I will be talking to you about the storage market, which is on the agenda of Turkey. And obviously I'll be introducing our products and our company. And I will also be briefly introducing to you the wide range of products that our company produces. And as we continue, the slides don't seem to be moving. If you could just help me to continue, please. Okay. It's still not working. First of all, as all solar manufacturers, the vision, I'm sure you're all aware, in the world, the new energy industry is now in great competition towards against fossil fuel, and our vision is entirely to strengthen renewable energy. Obviously, this is our vision and mission. This is how we set off on this journey back in 2010, and I have been at GoodWe since 2012, approximately 14 years now. I've been continuing at the same company. And as you can see, in 2011, but the company was founded in 2010. From 2011 to 12, it's completely R&D. It was a year entirely dedicated to research and development. And after 2012, GoodWe entered as a player into the world markets. And we see ourselves within the top 3 of the global markets, and we have many. We invoiced a total of 70 countries worldwide, and in 14 countries we have our own local presence. In Turkey as well, we are based in Izmir. We also have teammates in both Istanbul and Ankara, and in outside markets we also have a team. We have a separate team in Ukraine. And as the Turkish team, we are continuing our operations with 18 personnel, and I manage 12 different markets from Turkey. Obviously, our greatest market is Turkey. And on the Turkish market, since 2013, we have been operating actively. And from 2016 onwards, we were officially founded in Turkey as well as a Turkish company. And we have a reference of over 3 gigawatts in Turkey. I just want to very briefly introduce you to our product range here. First of all, we have the BIPV, so the panel production, but not classic panel production. It's an IPV production, a construction material, so solar tiles, carpods, flexible special panels when we have static issues that are only 5 kilograms per square meter. This is followed, obviously, we have our industrial storage and field battery, PCS, ECS production, 350 and 250 kilowatts. And then we also have our heat pump factory, which is entirely heat pump production from domestic use to industrial scale. This began 3 years ago. We've entered into the Turkish market, and on the Turkish market, we have approximately 6,000 heat pumps currently operating in the Turkish market. And we have many subcontracted in Turkey as well. We have partners in Turkey. Storage, we have mid-range for the roof market, from the smallest scale to the largest. Our largest mid-scale would be around 261 kilowatt hour cabinets. So in the commercial market, we're trying to offer this. We have our own software. Everything is our entire in-house R&D, as a result of our entire in-house R&D. As I've stated, in the C&I markets, we have many options. AC and DC coupling, storage, 100 kilowatts, hybrid inverter, 120. So we start from 225 kilowatts. Hybrid inverters can be offered to you on field solutions of the transformer, the inverter, the SCADA, the PCS, the storage can be offered all in-house. And I have said, throughout the world, we have a few of them showing here on the map, which we have established companies throughout the world. And obviously, as a company, our aim is microgrids. And the greatest objective on the world market is for everything to be managed through a single SCADA or software through an EMS, to be able to offer the entire solution for a grid, for a city, a village, or for an independent unit. So you can independently generate your own electricity. As GoodWe, our aim is to be able to offer solutions for all segments under one single brand. One brand, one warranty is what we are trying to offer here. And for this reason, for the domestic markets, we can provide the panel, the solar tiles, the inverter, the battery, the car charger, the heat pump. We can provide all of this and integrate it with a smart home system. So it has the feature of being manageable as well. And we're trying to do the same logic in the mid-range segments. So we're trying to provide this with our own brands, our own products, and on our land scale as well. We don't just sell you the 350 kilowatts inverter, we also give you the transformer, housing, 369 megawatt transformers, including the SCADA, the PCS, the ECS, the inverter for storage, and the storage itself we can provide as well. So we are able to provide this in every segment. As I've stated, the storage market is entirely on a 1C logic, and in that market, we do not believe that this market will have a huge future. 1C is actually an old logic that it entered the market with. When we look at the European market, we have an entirely 0.5 or 0.25, so 2 hours or 4 hour market we can see. It is for that reason that 1C, in our viewpoint, is quite risky. It is for that reason that 1C, it means 1 hour capacity, 1 hour charge, 1 hour discharge, and that leads to an unbelievable heat transfer. And if this heat transfer cannot be well controlled, then you can experience huge faults. And at the same time, the battery lifespan is the life cycle of a battery. Obviously, charging, discharging an hour every day is also eating into the lifespan of the battery. So we are focusing more on 0.25 technology. The trend in the global industry is demanding this, and we do believe that when this regulation change arrives in Turkey, we will also be a player on this market, because we see that investors also are acting with more awareness and with more knowledge, because 1C was introduced or perceived as being a highly efficient system, but investors now understand that this has nothing to do with efficiency. And if we look at established power stations right now, there are none that are operating right now that are not operating at full capacity. We can see that in the near future we'll be seeing the problems in the field. We'll be seeing the problems related to this. As I've said, we have our own kit solution. As you can see above, we have the PCS system. The string technology is what we are, because we are not keen on central. We have a string solution, so a turnkey. We have the PCS, the AGS, the everything is included here. 690-volt output. It's a kit solution within a 20-foot container, and obviously our greatest advantage here is that the maintenance and operation simplicity is easier with this when compared to a central inverter. This is our liquid cooling 5 megawatts storage. We have liquid cooling here, entirely liquid cooling, and as you are aware, 5 megawatts container. I just want to touch upon something regarding this container matter. This container does not require a huge amount of know-how or the battery line. When you take the battery line, when you take the cells, this is entirely packaging and installation, the system itself. Here, what is actually critical is a software that manages this system, the BMS, the EMS. This is what is important here. The engineering here is not the installation. The greatest engineering here is in the EMS and the BMS being well engineered, because when you do not do this, your system will continue to operate inefficiently. Here again, we have on the field in the coming years, in the next 1-2 years when the Turkish market opens, we'll be seeing these a lot more. Storage worldwide now is a technology which is unavoidable. We're now required to do this because the grid can no longer. We see this abroad especially. Sometimes the power stations go down. And in many new markets, like for example in Romania, it's a very popular market right now. But what you will see is that because the consumption in Romania is low and because production is high, generation is high, when the lines are insufficient, this storage will become a necessity. And it's for this reason that if you do not have storage, then your production will be shut down by the state. It's for this reason that storage is something that is now a necessity. It's a necessary technology. And of course, in Europe, what is most popular, and obviously in Turkey, we're going to be starting to see this very soon as well. It's balancing the grid, because in Turkey we see this as well. Consumption has gone down, however, generation has gone up, and for this reason, these types of systems, without a solar system entirely just to balance the grid, we will start seeing these systems in Turkey as well. Because recently, I believe it was 1 or 2 months ago in Ankara, I received a great answer to a question: why do we not have the zero injection regulation in Turkey? Because you know the greatest problem in Turkey is we have investors, they want to invest, but we have no capacity. And I actually asked this question to Teash. I said, give me a technical, logical answer to this, because receiving an answer in Turkey from the Ankara side can be quite difficult. But he gave me a great response this time, which was, first of all, in Turkey, consumption has declined, and because it has declined, this will harm the economy and the distribution systems. And second is uncontrolled growth. But the actual reason here is that production or generation is high, consumption is low, and for this reason, this system will be seen more and more in Turkey. 10 megawatt panel, 10 megawatt storage is being discussed a lot at the moment, but I think this market will become a more intense market. But at the same time, we have a organized industrial zone example installation we have here. We'll be seeing this in organized industrial zones as well. Mini storage, 5-10 megawatt storage we're going to start to see in the entrances or within organized industrial zones. Why? Because there's a lot of established power on top of the factories, but for this not to harm the OIZs, for there to be no blackout, small storage we will start to see throughout Turkey. And it's usually there's this confusion between 1C, 0.25, 0.5. I want to briefly introduce this to you. If you aim for a 5 megawatt AC power, you need, when you place two 5 megawatt storage, you can discharge within 2 hours. This gives you 0.5 C. At GoodWe, we actually believe in this for the long-term profitability of the investor. And what happens on 1C? You have one container, one battery in 1C. You have a PCS. And the greatest risk here is the heat. If you cannot transfer it well, if that heat transfer cannot be managed suitably, or when discharging or when charging, if that balance between the batteries cannot be maintained in charging and discharging, if you cannot achieve with your EMS or with your AMS if this balance cannot be achieved, then your battery faults will be high. And if the investor really is looking for a long-term investment, if they want to really maximize the lifespan of their batteries, then here we have an example. For example, this is demanded mostly in Germany. It is 4 hours. If you spread this over 4 hours, like, for example, 1C, depending on your agreement, some have the agreement for frequency balancing, some for voltage, some for arbitrage, some are peak sharing to sell to the markets. Those that are selling to the market normally within 3 years, every 3 years, or a maximum every 4 years, they are required to change their batteries entirely. However, in this method, they can avoid for 7-8 years this extra cost or revision, because you can utilize the full cycle of your batteries for many years. So we have 4 hours, 4 containers, 5 megawatt power achieved here. As I have stated before, what is important here in storage, when we say we create storage, we're not just placing a container, batteries, and cooling. That isn't the engineering. The engineering is actually the SCADA, the EMS, the BMS. The greatest engineering lies here. Obviously, for the PCS as well, they have their own engineering. And here entirely, as we've said, we focus entirely on string PCS. We do not believe in central, the same as in PV. The central inverter in PV has a maintenance or operation risk. We all know this. The string inverter, when we compare, we can always see that the string inverter is always more efficient, and also in terms of maintenance and operations has higher performance when compared to a central inverter. So when we consider this, when you operate your central inverter as 1C, the battery and also the inverter lifespan is limited. In string inverters here, when they are separate in your racks, they operate in parallel, in charge and discharge. In central inverters, the battery lifespan varies according to, and the balance to charge and discharge is not possible in that regard. And obviously, the most important thing here is when there is a fault, a string inverter. So this is good solution without the need for huge amount of know-how or a special team. You do not need that maintenance there. Your technical teams or technicians can very simply swap out or install on the field. On central inverters, you do not have this option. There may be central inverter investors here. If there's a fault or a filter problem, or if there's a software upgrade, you have to call out the brand service itself, and this is significant cost. And central inverter sales strategy is when first obtaining the project, they either try to give it at cost or even at a loss because they actually gain and earn from the service. It's kind of like automotive. You buy the car cheap or you buy a printer cheap, but the components, the cartridge is expensive. It's the same logic here. As you know, in a HTS, the costs of operation and maintenance can be very high. If we look on the right, if your BMS and EMS is operating at a highly engineered level, then every rack charging and discharging at the same level being controlled is easier. With a central inverter, this can sometimes be seen on the field, that the batteries among themselves, because you only have just 2 bars output, but on a string you have 12, and it's for that reason that sometimes on the field we see that central inverters in the storage, the batteries are at different levels of charge or discharge, and this also affects the lifespan of your batteries. We have local integration. Obviously, you're aware of cyber attacks in Europe. Far Eastern technology is not accepted because we have all your data in that hand. But what do? In Turkey, we have a local EMS or SCADA system compatible integration. So TEDAŞ accepts the SCADA system, so we can integrate accordingly. And our Modbus protocol, our software protocol, is open to all our partners. And at the same time, our containers, when they arrive in Turkey, the PCS containers, we have a partner in Ankara where the entire system, before heading to the field, are tested and then sent to the field. Right now, we are doing the same thing in Italy and Romania. When it first arrives in Italy or Romania, first we have our own tests of the products. Obviously, it has factory testing, but to determine whether there is an issue en route, the tests are carried out and then they're deployed in the field. And this is the commissioning of the system, obviously, together with you. So we don't just sell you a product, we sell you an entire turnkey solution. We have 2 people in the office who are designing the entire system together with you. So we start with design, the shipments, our testing, it comes to the field, and once it arrives in the field, a team, someone from our service team will come to the field to check that all outputs are correct, and once installation and cabling has been completed, the commissioning is entirely carried out together with you. And after commissioning has been carried out, according to the contract, for 3 months, for example, our team will control your fields and their continuous visits, because storage is not as simple as it seems. It's something that we need to be careful with. The installation quality is very important, and obviously, I'm underlining this, which SCADA, which EMS is controlling the system, that is also very important. We need to follow this closely. That's all from me. A very brief presentation from me. I thank you very much for your attention.
Şu an. Tamam, süper. Ben hazırlıklar yapılırken yavaştan başlayayım.
I'll just get started while the preparations are continuing. First of all, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank Engin Bey. It was a great presentation on the BESS. And I'd like to thank all of you. We had quite a crowd yesterday. So the sessions yesterday and the hall is quite busy and everyone seems quite keen. So I'd like to thank you very much. First of all, I'm here as Fronius. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of Fronius. I'm Talha Avcı. I am the technical director of our solar and energy department. So what do I do at this company? At this company, it's technical educations training, sales, technical support, marketing, overseas and local process assessment. I am directly or indirectly responsible for all of this. I want to talk a little bit about Fronius because we use the brands, but where the brands and the name comes from, where it's from, we have no idea. So I want to start with, in 1945, Fronius, the brand Fronius, is actually the surname of Gunther Fronius, and Gunther Fronius, who we can see on the top right hand image, the batteries in the tanks were being disposed of after the Second World War, and vehicle batteries were being disposed of, and he considered what could be done in terms of sustainability, and he created the first battery charge device. Our tiny battery charge devices now were actually like this in 1945. After 1945, we have Gunther Fronius and his wife on the left, his son and daughter, and we have Elizabeth Strauss on the right-hand side, who's our general manager right now. So what do? I'm a Fronius employee directly under Austria, and we have our own company here established in Turkey in 37 countries, and despite not having companies in 60 other countries, we have sales representatives and partners. We have 6,700 employees and 960 R&D employees, almost 15 to 20%, which this means we have 1,752 patents right now, but we have more and more being generated each day. So we have a source and solar and energy, a welding and also energy departments. If we look at the welding on all vehicles, 90% are utilizing Fronius welding devices. To the welding of tiny devices to huge tankers, Fronius welders are utilized, and also the welding device utilized by NASA in outer space is also Fronius, and it is one of the top 3 brands in the world. In the solar and energy, as I've mentioned, setting off from sustainability, in 1992, the solar energy department was established and brought it together with a battery charge and came together. I want to talk a little bit about Fronius İstanbul. Yes, it was established in 1945, but Fronius İstanbul was established in 2010, our Tuzla office. Since 2010, this office has been present. Welding technologies, solar energy, technical support and training center is present in Tuzla. Technical training is offered free of charge to Europe, and we're the only company offering this. We provide the technical training. You can come with your customers free of charge to look at the products you are considering. Then you buy them. And in the event of any installation, the technical support is provided directly by Fronius. And any issue that cannot be solved by our technical support is provided by our service center itself. I will also want to talk a little bit about our logistics services. As Fronius, all our products are in stock in high amounts. We have a high stock circulation. However, importing from Austria is quite simple. I've talked a little bit about Fronius, and now I want to go into a little bit more detail. We have a 65-person team in Turkey, and 65 people is not sufficient to handle all of this, but we have 46 in Turkey and Cyprus, Northern Cyprus. We have 46 Fronius system partners, so FPSs. So what are these companies? They are Fronius experts, certified experts, who can provide you consultancy, photovoltaic sales, installation, and in the event of any faults, they can provide you service on the field. As Fronius, under solar energy, we offer domestic, hybrid, and commercial systems, and I'm going to talk about this briefly. If you want any details, you can come to our stand as well. We go from 3 kilowatts to 10 kilowatts in single phase. In 3-phase, we have 3 to 125 kilowatts. In a single phase hybrid, from 3 to 10 kilowatts. In 3-phase hybrid, we go from 3 to 33 kilowatts. We have on-pilot water heater device. We have a watt pilot, electric car charger, and we also have lithium battery and storage solutions under the Fronius brand. And so without boring you too much, I want to talk to you a little bit about our domestic and small commercial solutions. First of all, we have the Gen 24 and Gen 24 Plus inverter. We have our battery and inverter, quite chic, and we have the wall charge, electric vehicle charger. Any excess energy generated can be stored or utilized to charge your vehicle. We have the Gen 24, Gen 24 Plus from 3 kilowatts to 10 kilowatts. It says 6 on the screen, I do apologize. And we also have inverters from 3 to 12 kilowatts. I want to talk about a few fine details, but I would love to host you at our stand as well. For a single-phase inverter, one-phase inverter, at 65 volts, our inverter wakens, so the sun has risen at 7 a.m., 7:15 production begins. For 3-phase inverters, when we consider this in the same manner, at 80 volts, so we have a 3-phase inverter, you have a string of panels, and as soon as the inverter sees 80 volts, it awakens and gives you the maximum production. One of the most important features of our inverters is the emergency power mode. Our emergency power mode, we have 2 different emergency power modes. The first is you have a plain on-grid or hybrid inverter. We have PV points. And what does this mean? This means there is a socket, and you can extend this socket and connect an extension lead. And from this socket, you have 240 volts energy. The only cost here is your extension lead. Fronius directly provides this for you in the event of a blackout. But let's say we have a 3-phase 10 kilowatts power. Why can I not receive full load from here? We then have advanced emergency power mode. So you create a panel, essentially, an ATS panel, you can consider this. And as a result of this, you can actually supply the entire household. So without the panel, you can utilize the load of the energy panels directly without storage. And as such, you can be completely independent from the grid. So there's no risk whatsoever to human life or backfeeding to the grid. I just want to show you visually the PV points. We have the grid energy. As soon as the grid has been disrupted, our inverter takes the energy from the solar panel and provides directly to our socket. If there is a battery, then any excess energy is utilized to charge our batteries. And if we do not have sufficient solar energy at that point, then we can utilize the excess energy from the battery storage. And this is entirely free of charge and included. And our second mode is the full backup. And the full backup is as this. We have a backup switch in between. So we have a grid outage. We have the backup switch, so our inverter is informed of this, and our inverter says that, okay, I'm off grid right now, so I can start producing again. Production recommences, and the energy directly from the sun. The excess goes to the battery, and the rest to consumption. And if there's not enough solar power, then from battery directly to consumption. And as such, we get the maximum efficiency from our inverters. Here, I'm going very, very quickly. I have a lot of slides, but I'm talking very, very fast to get through it all. Our lithium iron phosphates can provide 6,000 cycle. It's Fronius Reserva. We can think of it as reserving energy. Our batteries, as you can see on the screen, they're modular, stackable, and it's 102.4 volts, which means it's a high voltage battery system. And what this has provided to us, we at least have two modules. So we have 400, 500 volts. It only divides it into two. With AC-DC transformation, we can charge our batteries. Our batteries are very light. They're 33 kilograms each. Our operating temperature is from -20 to +55 degrees centigrade, so it can operate outside easily. But obviously, we recommend that they're always protected from direct sunlight. Let me just mention this as well. This battery, 15.6 of 4 in a series, we can provide 400 kilowatt hours there. And here our main principle is with a single brand, we provide an entire system design. And how do we provide this? We have the GEN 24 in the center. We have the GEN 24. We have the energy from the grid. Even if that is disrupted, the panel energy is taken from the GEN 24 to our loads, and any excess energy is then transferred as electric energy to our battery systems. And if we have a EV vehicle, then we can also charge our EV car. And we also have our heat as well. So our electrical energy, excess energy, can be stored as a heat as well, and this is possible under a single brand of Fronius. I can see we don't have enough time, so I'm just passing through this very quickly. I just want to touch upon a couple of articles here, of items here. Battery or without battery, the backup mode you can utilize with ease. Again, the sockets, the extension lead, you have, despite it being an on-grid device, you do not have a battery, a power outage. So what I'm talking about here is this. There's, okay, we have X, Y, Z other brands. You get a 10 kilowatt inverter, and with a panel, you have 3 kilowatts backup. It's not like that with us. We can provide directly from the sunlight the full load. In all our devices, we have communication modules and monitoring modules free of charge. So you can monitor and see the voltage energy graphics free of charge. And we also provide for maximum production. So how do you provide?
Verto Plus of the Fronius. The inverter that I mentioned was between 3 to 12 kilowatts. Now the inverter called between 13 to 30 kilowatts is Verdo. We have MPPs with 3 to 4 kilowatts, 3 MPPT for 15, and for over 20 we have 4 MPPTs for the lights. With the switches, with the contact, you can see you can directly connect with MC4 connector. And similarly, this is the Vertus Plus models. Each one has 3 MPPTs with 1 battery, and that's so 4 connections points. You can use a full inverter models. It doesn't have the 3-point mode. It only has the full backup mode. In the case of an outage, even without a battery, you can use directly the solar energy. One of the most important critical points is for the solar power point systems, if they're correctly installed, all the devices can be used. But we also need to provide full security coverage, which is integrated SPDs. SPDs are important because we can see high voltages in the power supply, and in case of a lightning strike, you can also have a peak. So the inverters, the SPDs are included in our inverters with the type 1, 2 or type 2, with 2 options. In our inventory, we usually have 1 plus 2. As you know, 1 is lightning protection and 2 is high voltage protection, and we are providing it inclusive. Another one is important is AFCI, arc protection. We have sensitive arc analysis, and depending on the graphics, it provides protection against arcs. In case an arc is detected, it turns off switches off the device, and 5 minutes later, it checks the device again, tests, and if everything is okay, it will reboot the device. Why? Because to provide full protection. What is asymmetrical generation, and why is it important? Let me talk about it a little bit. The asymmetrical generation provides 6, 7, 8 times generation in your inverters. Our inverters, as you know, the conventional ones, are generated either for the minimum phase or for the average phase. In the Fronius, you have the both options, as well as you can generate for a symmetrical phase. What does it mean? You have a panel power of 23 kilowatts. The minimum energy that we feed from the panel is 5 kilowatts. So what happens? The panel potential of 23 kilowatts is limited to the 15, and we will feed excessive energy from the grid. But if you have the asymmetrical system of the Fronius, you have a panel potential of 23 kilowatts, and as you can see on the slide, our loads are first phase 7.5, second 5, and third 6 kilowatts. Without feeding from the grid, you can operate the system. You can see an example here. This is something that Celal especially wanted me to include. The blue lines you can see here is the consumption, and the yellow is the generation by the solar. A system that was adjusted to the lowest minimal point is 4.9. So the inverter generated only 1.5 kilowatts throughout the day. When you activate our system, you can see the blues are consumption and the yellow is generation, and we can provide a generation that's aligned with the consumption. Our generation increases from 1.4 to the 4 kilowatts per hour. The next day, you can see in the next day, the generation increased from 1.4 to the 8.67 kilowatts hour. Since these are not emitted, and after the you can reach up to the 35 to 40 kilowatts per hour. Data security is important. you know, we have the control theorists, and there is an ongoing IT war, globally speaking. Fronius has the ICO 27001 certification, is the data security certificate. The data of the clients is reserved, is stocked, and servers separate from the data of your own device. So you cannot match the data of the personal data of the users with the device data. So, and we also, as employees, receive trainings for data security twice a year. I don't have much time. I'll just skip everything. I just have to mention a couple items here. In the Inverter Plus, yeah, I would like to underline the fact that all of the inverters, inclusive of communication module and the monitoring system, free of charge. Our inverters, entirety of the inverters in the Fronius, as you can see, thanks to the active and passive cooling, our inverters can generate at maximum efficiency in ambient temperatures up to 45 degrees. And thanks to the unbalanced phase generation feature, you can generate up to 8 or 10 times the conventional ones. So I don't want to take too much time. Thank you very much listening to me. You can visit us in our booth, which is on the right hand side, directly from here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ses.
Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Can you all hear me? We are on, right? Shall I begin? Welcome. I am Gencay Kısa. I am the country director of Astronergy in Turkey. I'd like to talk about the module technologies, and also I'd like to talk about our roadmap for production between the years 2026 and 2030. If I were to talk about our company, we are a Chint group company, vertically integrated solar panel manufacturer. Astro Panel is the solar panel brand. From wafer to the ingot to the wafer to the cellular. We are a Chint group company. Chint Group is a Chinese-based company with a history of 45 years that provides end-to-end solutions between the low to medium to high voltages. As Astronergy, last year in the year 2024, we had a turnover over 4 billion USD. We have more than 12,000 employees, and so far we dispatched more than 170 gigawatts worth of panels. As Astronergy, financially speaking, Our power can be seen in the Bloomberg's NEF Tier 1 lists for the last 15 years. What is the importance here? While you buy a solar panel, all the manufacturers provide 30 years of performance warranties and 15 years of labor guarantee. All these figures provide a guarantee. As Astronergy, we have a manufacturing capacity of 56 kilowatts per year. Therefore, we have been listed in Tier 1 in the Bloomberg NEF. We are certified by TfL and the IPTC, Germany-based RTC. We received success awards from both institutions. Here, you can see the dispatch of over 170 gigawatts of solar energy. Or manufacturing takes place in China and Turkey. Our factory is in Adana. Starting from the year 2024, it has been in manufacturing. We are the first company listed in the Tier 1 of the Bloomberg NEF that's directly invested in Turkey. We have 1 gigawatt of manufacturing capacity here. We have a top gun manufacturing technology, and with the ray diverting film technology, we have full automatic automation in our generation. Another important investment program is the HEAT 30 under the HEAT 30 program with the super centers. We are investing in the cellular technology in Turkey. We are the only international corporation that trusts Turkey in this regard. In Balıkesir, we have a project that will create a cell manufacturing factory in Balıkesir. Starting from September this year, we will start production in Balıkesir. We will start serving to the Turkish market, but our main mission objective is to make sure that Turkey is an export hub for our products in Europe. To talk about the solar technologies, as you know, the mass production. If we were to talk about the main products in the global scale, the Turkey started to prove their leadership starting from the year 2023 until by 2028 it will have its own and it will increase its market share from that year. Need to talk about this slide most importantly. As you can see, the top gun technology and back contact technology, and also perovskite tandem. These are the technologies of the future. In the year 2006, a revolution occurred in the sector, from P-Tech to M-Tech. This revolution, in the year 2020, we were one of the companies that switched to Top Gun. We have our own patent with the Top Gun 040 technology, and with the new manufacturing place in Balıkesir, we will introduce the Top Gun V50. The technology has proved itself, but after N-type technology, when the wafer is doped with the phosphorus, you achieve an excessive efficiency with high sensitivity to the light. So from PERC to Top Gun, the sector adapted fastly, real fast. With the Top Gun, one of the biggest advantages of Top Gun technology is the double side gain. The double side gain in the Top Gun technology, when it is to 70% in the P-Tech, while the energy reflected in the back, to convert the energy, you had a 70% conversion rate. With the Top Gun, it is up to 80%. And given the stability of the material, its reaction to the heat and its gain under the dim light is excessive compared to the other technologies. In the globally, all the manufacturers in China and at the global level adapted from PERC to TOPCon, because from PERC technology to TOPCon technology, transition from PERC to TOPCon can be achieved rapidly and without much cost. You just need to provide some add-ons to the already existing machinery. Additionally, with heterojection technology, it was compared with the TOPCon. With HJT technology was a popular technology in the year 2020, but it lagged behind the TOPCon. TOPCon right now theoretically provides high maximum energy efficiency of 28%. So HJT surrendered itself to the TOPCon. They couldn't develop it. 3 years ago, it was a popular technology. TOPCon, of course, with their advance in the chemical engineering and the mechanical engineering, they updated themselves. As Astronergy, with the LIF technology and the boron technology, we built upon it and contributed to the development of the cellular technology every year. With the silicon-based, the entire TOPCon, the production costs, manufacturing costs reduced significantly, but a longer more step of manufacturing is introduced with this system, with 9 steps of manufacturing. When we look at the nitrogen technology, it lagged behind. The maximum theoretical productivity of TOPCon, efficiency of TOPCon couldn't be achieved by the previous ones. The manufacturers in China, especially for the considering the power plant geography in Europe and the US, they can achieve the cost levels suitable for those geographical requirements. So it's a cost-effective product. Compared to the TOPCon technology, the difference of the AGT is the bifaciality is up to the 80% for the TOPCon, while it's up to 90% in the HJT. So bifacial capabilities are higher. Light dependent induced disintegrations, the PID degradation, lack thereof is the biggest advantage of the HJT technology. But when you look at the efficiency rates of both technologies, you can see that TOPCon has been continuously developing themselves. At the global level, HJT serves only to limited markets because it created its own market. In the United States, there is a patent question in the TOPCon. Certain companies decided to orient themselves towards HJT due to the patent questions. You can manufacture it in another step, 4 steps. Compared to TOPCon, it causes less carbon emissions. And certain countries oblige the manufacturers to have low carbon emissions, carbon footprints. So in order to serve certain markets, including France, which requires low carbon footprints. Same applies to the Australian. So HJT has its own market at the global level. Back contact technology. It was designed for Europe and Australian markets because it's a residential. The residential projects, household projects, developed itself at the global scale. It is as stylish. Both the front and the back side are black. pitch black. So you combine both technologies, TOPCon and HJT, so you can use the efficiency of the both technologies. It has a stylish, pleasing appearance. The product manufacturing capacity of the back contact is approximately 25 to 30 gigawatts annually. In Europe, and especially in Germany, the clients pay special attention to the aesthetical aspects of appearance of the products, so they are more focused on it. During their transition to the TOPCon, certain clients lost a significant market due to their focus, and which cost them highly, since they focus more on HJT. The biggest disadvantage of back contact is its bifaciality ratio is low, 65 compared to the other technologies. For the TOPCon it's up to 80%, HJT 90%, but back contact gain from the backside is low, so it will remain as a small market product. This shows why the TOPCon became a mainstream product until the year 2013. Peroxide tandem, when you look at it, compared to the TOPCon, HAT and XPC, these are citizen-based residence type technologies, but peroxide technology is future-facing technology. Currently, in the global level, it's in the pilot production, with a production capacity up to 1 gigawatts per year annually. The structure here, compared to the citizen-based technologies, the perovskite is located at the upper layers. So you combine perovskite with other technologies. So in the lower layers you can use other technologies, which provides a high efficiency. A minimum 25% efficiency is achieved with the perovskite. But since we wish to increase this efficiency, we add other technologies like TOPCon, HIT and BC technologies to increase the efficiency of this product over 30%. This is a new market. This is the technology of the future. The date that we foresee is 10 years, another decade, to achieve the mass production of this peroxide tandem usage. And up until then, the TOPCon will remain as the dominant technology at the global scale, while providing optimum solution for regarding costs. The biggest disadvantage is it is a really fragile material, so long-term reliability is not yet to be proven, and it is a reaction with the water steam. It is vulnerable to it, so this is why it's not chosen. So when you use it in tandem with other technologies, you sometimes have dispatch problems. These are all I can talk about regarding these technologies. As Astronergy, we continuously invest in the laboratories and the R&D, or cellular manufacturing technologies. The cellular technology, we invest in the cellular technology and the wafer technology and other things. As Astro, we have 18 multi-bus bar production capacity in our China facilities. It will take another year for us to transfer this capacity to Turkey. In Adana, we can carry out a certain amount of production, but in Balıkesir, with the introduction of the Balıkesir production facility, we will have the opportunity to serve our investors. Here, compared to the competitors, our biggest advantage is that we have our own patents. Lightweight directing film technology. This is optical engineering, physical engineering, and normal standard manufacturing. Compared to all the normal technologies, with the second filming, we don't use a mesh, but we use a light redirecting film, both in the vertical and the horizontal types, at the distances between the cells. With the machine support and automation, we apply this film to halt the light, which increases the reflection. What this provides, the biggest advantage is up to 5 watts gains can be achieved with this solution. One of the biggest advantages of this, given the fact that the panels are bifacial compared to the mesh technology, and mesh is the panes you close the inside. With this technology, you are less impacted by the shade, so you can increase the energy efficiency up to 1% in the real-time usage. Another important solution is related to module technology. As you all know, in the industrial full size 150 millimeter surface, we use half-cut solutions. Currently, in our Chinese facilities, we use 1/4 cut cell solutions, which divides the cells to 4 to ensure a gain of power up to 20 watts per cell. As Astronergy between the years 2026 and 2013, which technologies we will focus on. Our main product is the Top Gun. We don't have any PERC production. Up until the 2026-28, we will continue to use Top Gun for the solar panels. And starting from 2028, we have a 2 gigabyte manufacturing capacity of back contact. 56 entirety of our 56 gigawatts as Top Gun. And after the year 2030, we will focus on peroxide technology. In the main production, we can achieve 630, 660 watts. With the back contact, we will achieve over 800 watts. And after the year 2030, with also PXC panels, we can achieve over 700 watts. So we will focus mainly on the technologies that we need to focus to achieve the peroxides. So we are taking a step-by-step approach to the peroxides. Now we are talking about Top Gun 4.0, and after transition to the Top Gun 5.0, the cells with the peroxides, the cellular efficiency is up to 26.5%, but there is a 3% margin that Top Gun can develop itself. So until the year 2028, Top Gun will continue as the mainstream product, and after the year 2030-2035, peroxide will become the main product. Thank you very much for listening to me, and you can find our booth in the hall. Hello all, can you everyone hear me? Okay. I am İsmet Vetroğlu. I'm representing Outlier Flyer as the global business consultant. Before starting, I'd like to ask everyone, have you ever used a drone before? Is there anyone who operated a drone for field inspections? It's a technology that's frequently used for field inspections. My first experience was 10 years ago. I had a friend who had a drone for hobby purposes. I disintegrated it. I crashed it. Yeah, I managed to uplift it, but after a certain distance, I crashed it into trees. Thankfully, my friend did not was not that upset with me. With the AI based the drone field inspections, I can use both Turkish abbreviation as well as English usage of the word drone. Here, regarding the solar power, we are talking about field inspections in the power plants to measure the efficiency rates for the generation. This is an audit for monitoring. Who are us? We are an outlier. What we do in the sector, we are focused on the solar energy. We carry out field inspections with AI and drone technologies. Our objective is to standardize and increase the speed of the inspections. We aim to ensure the results that are processable under given standards. You can see short video here. The video is muted, so I will continue to present to you. This is a technology that has been introduced in many countries. We provide this software in many countries of Europe. What we do in the drones that are manually operated, we install our own software. So the manual flight of a pilot, following the geographical features, or with the thermal camera, we use a single person to increase the number of the team members of the inspection from one person to the 10, 20 people. In the past, we manually use the thermal. We did not use the thermal camera. With the drone, the pilot's usage, the flight of the consider that a pilot that flies the airplane and carries out all the communications with the ground and entirety of the service package provided by a single person. But today's technology, it is not possible. You wouldn't yield accurate results. Today, a single person using a single drone to become a team. So user of a flyer is a team of one. Of course, this technology arises from the needs of the sector. Many of the users report a mail or anything that they formulate, use AI tools to standardize it. To better improve their output with this technology, instead of checking every single one of the panels or instead of a single pilot just flying everything and analyzing and sending the results to a team that will carry out analysis, we are seeing the need there. We try to turn it into a single person team to cover entirety of the field. In our drones, we use thermal cameras. We use the DJI's 40 model. Regarding the HD quality, it's HD quality. 16X we launched, 16X compared to the competitors. and their analysis, we can provide an HD quality output. The drone technology, every technology, we are adaptable to everything that's every technology of drones that ends with a T. With the field inspections, what we do from A to Z, you just turn on your computer, you enter in a cloud-based website. In the platform, in the field, you just choose your corners or choose zones that the drone will not fly. If, say there are transmission lines there, you just designate the areas to be covered. It's a 4 or 5 step process, which is really basic. If you know your field, you can enter your longitudes and other data. In the final confirmation, we carry out controls too. This is a simple infrastructure interface, and after selecting everything, you just say start the inspection. After the AI is in the drone, you don't have to worry yourself about do I fly it correctly, or did I miss, or do I have the longitudes correctly. After everything typed in, the drone carries out the inspection, flies, and then comes back and lands to the exact point. When you think about large surface areas, we are going to see your references soon, or I can send them with email. At gigawatt levels, large surface areas in Turkey, the audits that usually take months, we reduce the time to the days and hours.
But the analysis is not only related to the time. There are analysis periods and analysis teams that have certain qualifications and skills. If you are using an AI-based application like Outflyer, then in this case we have machine learning of certain geographies today in Japan, in Chile, in various European countries. We still are continuing to carry out these surveys, and we are learning from these surveys. In every new failure or breakage is reflected in our models, and it is a learning in our teams. And we work entirely with AI engineers and also with teams that are specialized in PV. And we carry out detailed analysis on any faults. What sort of faults am I talking about here? I'm talking more about on the field. We have categorized color codes, which shows how critical or important the fault is, which panel, which row. So we have the analysis of even the technical details of each panel, like for example having a hotspot or having a breakage from hail or from some other reason. In our analysis, we individually report these, and within the scope of these reports, the output is shared with you. As I've mentioned before, we shorten the operational process here, and on the other hand, we want to standardize as well for a single brain to be responsible and to interpret with the same specialization your entire field. So this could be a problem with a customer with multiple fields in different countries, or in Urfa, in the Aegean, etc. With different interpretations, you can result with different conclusions of surveys, but we can unify these. We have so many different examples that we are faced with each day, which geographic conditions lead to certain breakages. One of the things we hear quite often is pollution or dirt on panels, and in detail these can be analyzed through our system. So the process is determined according to the needs of your technology or your field. It could be a rooftop or ground system. If it's a large capacity, you may need to expedite things, or if it's a panel on top of an organized industrial zone, for example, their occupational health and safety could be an issue, or the site may be difficult to access. The drone is always something that's going to facilitate work for you, and at the same time, as I've mentioned, the IEC standard has certain criteria, like you have to be at a certain height or elevation to be able to complete the checklist, and being able to follow this manually is very complicated, and this is a solution where you have just an on-off where it's automated, so it's a great ease facilitation. We're talking about, I kind of would say, like when first electrical vehicles came out, or when they first switched to automatic vehicles, it's the comfort and standardization that's being added to an existing system. So at the beginning, there may be question marks, and we're ready to answer those questions. However, we need to know that this technology is not only on the way, it has actually arrived already. So those who carry out inspections or manage their processes with drones, and I'm going to talk about that, when the certification was put forward for field inspections, the investors or EPCs were quite surprised at this, that they couldn't understand why there was a need for this, because, I mean, we established this, we operate these, this is a turnkey project, but now almost all licensed or unlicensed, we can see they have an audit, they have an inspection. At the same time, being able to follow the existing performance of your fields, especially when the established power, installed power is important, the performance is important. With aging, being able to monitor this is important. So I would recommend all those who have drone inspections to utilize Outflyer. Our entire team is based in France, but obviously on the sales side and those offering presentations like myself, we're in different geographies. Like last week we were in Japan, this week we're here, next week we're in another country. We're in Hall 4 in R8, and we'd be glad to host you and answer any questions. Thank you.
Şöyle iyi herhalde. Ses deneme. Sesim geliyor herhalde. Merhabalar, hoş geldiniz.
Hello everyone, welcome. I am a CTO at GS Holding, and what will I be talking to you about today? I'm going to be talking about what we do as GS Holding, who we are, what work we do, how we do it, who we work with, and also what added value we provide when it comes to energy storage solutions. First of all, as GS, we offer service in 60 different countries. We're a China-based holding company. We have 3,500 employees, over 100 affiliates companies within our group. We also have 109 manufacturing lines currently that have been established, or more even, and we have over 200 strategic business partners in China and abroad. As GS Group companies in Turkey especially, the services we offer are, our activities are turnkey factories and turnkey power plants. And we also support and provide EPCF financing. And in addition to this, the factories that we have established or that are already in existence, we manage their supply chain. And also, we carry out project management in large-scale projects. And what sectors do we offer this in? In the energy area, in paper, packaging, and also in advertising. We provide all the services we have mentioned above. Now I want to talk about how we provide this service and under which stages we provide the service. First of all, the investment, the analysis, the market research, market study for the product that's going to be provided. And we carry this out with our customer, with the investor, and our own technical team. We prepare an analysis, and one of the most important things here is for the investment, the correct investment in the correct product selection. After this analysis, we prepare a business plan. After the business plan has been prepared, the model of the investment, the size of the investment, the most optimum and most cost-effective solution is determined, and the business plan schedule is prepared. The machinery and product production stage, installation, commissioning, and service provision. We manage all of these different stages. This is in energy, paper, packaging, and advertising industries. We provide all these services in all these industries. And who do we do this with? One of the most important criteria here is we have a China-based, and in Turkey, we have a Chinese technology products exhibition center. We have this technical department, and what we do here is Chinese or Turkish products being represented. So Turkish products being represented in China, Chinese products being represented in Turkey. And all their operational processes are audited, investigated. So we both audit and we check the competencies and determine the competencies of the companies. As I've mentioned earlier, all our turnkey services are carried out together with companies from our CTPEC, because we have a pre-approval here, we have a pre-financing process as well. So all companies included in this CTPEC have already passed. So we're going to talk about what we do when it comes to battery technologies. I want to talk a little bit about that as well. This is a process for the battery production. So where does it start from? It starts from the raw material, from first we have the powder form and the purified production. So it is purified, ready for production as like graphite or NFT. And so together with this, on the cell production side, we bring together these components to form a mod. So we have a cell production. After cell production, we have the module production and packaging, and then the assembly side of things. And this installed battery with smart systems and software and the chiller components, we bring them together to establish a system. And after certain years, the disposal and the recycling solutions are also offered. That's the entire lifespan of a battery, and we are involved in every stage of this process, both in technical and production, licensing, the establishment of the production line, the certification, and the product design. We have know-how transfer in every stage. We have a model here, which is a battery production, cell production here. And I want to talk to you a little bit about battery cells and how it is produced and so what the production lines are. So we have 5 stages here. This is the design in these 5 steps, because every production line is optimized according to the product to be produced or modeled from scratch accordingly. First we design the product, then we design a process according to that product, then we select the machines, we have them carry out the manufacturing, we install and commission the machinery. So we have an end-to-end process here. So this is all stages. So we start with mixing, LFP, or for lithium, we usually use LFP on the positive side. On the negative side, we utilize, and obviously so many other chemicals are brought together and we create a mud. On the positive and negative sides, we have the coating, and when we're looking at coating here, we will plate them with very thin aluminum, which then goes to drying. After drying, we have the cylinder and slicing. So the copper and aluminum foil is pressed and sliced to the dimensions we require. And then we have the winding section in stage 4. But we have various different technologies here, Z-folding, winding. We have different options here. Here is the negative and positive rolls to be connected, so to be brought together. This is followed. This was the chemical electrode production. The chemical side is being completed. Now we're in the installation or assembly side. So now the chemical packets product that we have created is placed in an aluminum box. So we have the assembly line there. And at the same time, we have the for the electrolyte for electric conduction being injected into the box, which is then followed with the aging room. That electrolytes is immersed into our electrode. Then we have the furnace, and then we again go into a resting room, and then to determine the capacity and to standardize, we have capacity standardization, classification, then we have another waiting period, and here the product and here we determine whether there is any issue during production or classification. Then they go into the waiting zone again, where they go to packaging. So we have 11 steps here for the creation of a battery cell. We have the similar stages in other chemicals as well. If it was NMC, we have similar stages, similar steps, or if it is a new, different chemical that is being utilized, that is being trialed right now in China, for example, they have almost the same stages they will go through. Now I want to talk a little bit about the assembly line. So this is a model of an assembly line that we have here. We have cylinder or prismatic cells. We have the blades technology as well as raw material. So the cell we have just created is this assembly, packaging, and becoming a product here, essentially. So first we convert it into a module. According to our final products, according to the model of our final products, we integrate them accordingly. Then the BMS, the cooling plates, all other electronic and electronic components are brought together to the final product. So here we have 2 products actually. One Like, for example, we'll have a packet. Like, for example, if we're creating a container system, we take that product and place it into a container with a chiller, with a cooling system, with a fire extinguishing system, and we create the final product accordingly. So one of the critical points here, one of the critical points we're talking about here is these production lines are very sensitive. So the climate classification, the hygiene classification is very sensitive, even beyond pharmaceutical factories, to be honest, here. It's for this reason, one of the things we add as a value to this industry is we provide infrastructure support. In our factories, we also establish our infrastructure because our values here are very sensitive and we need to create and establish a sterility. And for that reason, batteries are very sensitive as well. In aeronautics, in solar energy, semiconductor, and biosecurity, we provide these services and infrastructure services. On the battery packaging side, we have the chain of the materials that are used, components that are used here. So we have the cell, we have the CCS, which is the cell connection system, the electric connections. We have the BMS battery management system. We have the outside cover and the cooling plates. The design of all these components are very sensitive and they are adjusted according to our end products and the requirements. So what is important here? The end product is designed and all these components can be designed individually to meet the needs of the customer. So all these designs that we carry out end to end, they are certified and we manage these certification processes. So we have both custom-made solutions and also we have standard market solutions. Thank you very much for your attention and for listening. It's a detailed technology. If you have any questions regarding this technology, then we're in Hall 2, and we would be glad to host you at our hall. And you can also follow me on LinkedIn, and I will answer any questions. Thank you. part of things. That's the simple part of things. If we're actually thinking about the cleaning, washing of solar power plants, then it's installation we should be talking about. When you place panels on other materials, on roofs, for example, we see dipping on the roofs because of the temperature differences. This dipping, no matter whether you use robots or telescopic brushes, you cannot clean this area of the panel. The dirt returns to you as a shadow, and cell burning occurs. And the primary reason for this is production pollution or dirt. And this leads to cell burns. The second subject is the thermal matter. It's the heat itself. In areas like Şanlıurfa or Gaziantep, when the temperature reaches 70 degrees on the panels, if you utilize well water, you will crack your panels, and you will have to deal with that within 4 years. And that's when you'll see the error that has been made. I haven't even talked about equipment yet. And our third subject here is solutions, is the solution. Solution and chemistry is very interesting and very technical. The solution companies that you are working with must be corporate companies. They need to know the subjects, they need to be aware. Like on panels, acid is not used. Yes, we wish we didn't have to use acid on panels, but the panel is not visible at all. How do we then clean it? Let's say it's covered in concrete. It's a significant chemical problem. Yes, let's not use a solution, but clean it. That is impossible. Here, if you depend on a certified corporate company who works with qualified chemists, then these difficult pollutants on the panels can be solved with chemical cleaners, and you need to use such a balance that while removing the concrete on one hand, you do not damage the surface on the other. And that is the expert corporate side of things. It's only possible if you work with these companies. So briefly, what I want to say is this. We haven't even come to talking about how to clean, what equipment to use these solar power plants. The correct equipment being utilized, the equipment being utilized with ease, and the second is the thermal cooling water, and the third is solutions. If we come to equipment, how much time do I have, by the way? The duration is there marked, so let's just know how much time we have. When we come to equipment, let's just skip through. So we have a contract washing in on-land solar power plants. You see 3 different equipment here. It's not possible to wash with tractors everywhere, so we have mobile systems. The second is we have automation systems. The third is telescopic brushes. Let's pass through here. On roofs, we have robots, we have wired automation systems, and telescopic brushes again. Let's move on to the next slide. Again, we have drone inspection services. So we've come to the service side as well now. We audit and inspect. Weed clearing is very important. We clear it with 2 different ways. One is mowing, and what we need to pay attention to here is the equipment should not have blades and should not lead to gravel or stones hitting the panels. The second is a pesticide clearing of weeds, and this is late because they've already started growing. It needs to be cleared before the leaves emerge. Otherwise, the pesticides cannot seep into the ground, into the roots. Let's continue. We have leasing the rental services, like for example bobcats. You can rent a bobcat from us, excavators. Let's continue. boring machines, you can request from us. We do offer this service as well. Let's continue. Let's come to tractor brushes. These equipments are equipments that we need to talk about after we're talking about 2 megawatt areas. Will they damage the panels? There is a prejudice first of whether they will damage the panels. Yes, it's because of the size of the equipment, because of the mass of it, but the tractor is approximately 3.5–4 tons. But the brush, when closed, it's 375 kilos, but when it opens out onto the panel, it's 750 kilos. But with the accumulator system with nitrogen, because it provides cushioning, the pressure is controlled by us. And as you can see here, we have 60 tractor front brushes, which only put a pressure of 20 kilograms on the panels. If you try to do this with a robot, the ideal robot weight is between 60 and 70 kilos. But the tractor, even though it appears so large, only puts a pressure of 20 kilograms. And 20 kilograms is already the pressure that is required to remove dirt. In areas that cannot be entered with tractors, we have automation systems that are fitted with electronic motors for spinning the brushes. Like we have 4,600 millimeter for new panels. It's an ideal machine. Let's continue. In Africa, Kenya, we send 1 or 2 each year. We export 1 or 2 each year. I love this machine. It works brilliantly. What you need to pay attention to here is the motor here. It is a petrol motor, so the revolution of the brush is not a problem for me, but it is manually progressed. So when we compare this with a tractor, it needs to operate with 3 people, 1 person at the front, 1 at the back. It can wash 1 megawatt. A tractor operator, a single person, is sufficient. Let's continue. We have rope systems, automation systems. We have 172 in Turkey. And I think probably our company that has brought the most contract cleaners into our industry. So the feature I like the most about this is it can wash 1,500 panels a day. It's 23 kilos, so there's no problem at all to bring it up to the roof. Those with robots have even started buying this equipment because it's the correct equipment here. Because 1,500 panels with 180,000 lira of investment, dual brush, 85 centimeter width, remote controlled of the brushes. Even at the most steep roofs it can be used. There's no problem with finding operators, and even if it falls 6–7 meters from the roof, there is no problem because it is an aluminum unibody. This is an equipment that I love. Let's continue. Now it's time for the robots. And what I've done in the robots, we have our own production robots, and despite that, and the robots that I've included in the top rack group, they have been customized according to my demands. So there are changes specifically that I have requested. And I have actually prevented these from being copied with commercial precautions. And I'm taking the technical features even further when it comes to pricing. The manufacturer pricing is probably higher than mine, but they have no chance at all of giving a price lower than mine. And if they do, then we have penal clauses in place. This Robek is from Mersin. I've met these people. When I saw the machine at first, I loved I mean, they were young people that created this. I asked, did you make it? No, the pulley system I absolutely loved. And when I saw it mechanically, I saw that it was an older master that made this. It was a lot more expensive. They were thinking of being in the market at 980,000 Turkish lira. They listened to me. I'm called Cemal Abi in Turkey. It's an old name, but I loved that they showed me respect. I said, with 980,000, you will not be able to deal with competitors. So they asked me, what should I do? I said 780,000, and they listened to me, and it was interesting for them to give such a huge discount. And it's in my stand as well. It's got great mechanics. And it's at 28 degrees. It's the right pallet. And Selim Bey is a master, very knowledgeable when it comes to pallets. He has his own R&D. He's 62. He's my elder, and I'm really pleased to be working with him. I'm glad of the robot. I'm pleased with the robot so that I have it on my stand, and I have seen that technically they are sufficient as well. I ordered an R&D machine from them, which is a solution spraying machine, and I will be talking to you about that later. This solution spraying machine, especially on roofs, allows you to spray onto the center of the roofs. Let's continue. This is Turquoise Solar's machine. I have a lot of contribution to this machine. We've been working on this machine for 4 years now, and we've been washing for 10 years now. This equipment among robots has twice the speed. And there are no frills, no sensors, no toys, no communication. It's a no-frills robot. It's a tank. It's a weapon of cleaners. It's a very high quality and washes at very high speeds. You'll have no problem whatsoever with the customer. You have no faults, no problems with it. It's a machine that is one of my favorites. Let's continue. From Afyon, a manufacturer from Afyon, Nege Robes. Faruk Bey, my agreement with Faruk Bey, he's a great electrician and he loves high tech. But when he utilizes too much technology, then the customer portfolio and the pricing can't be determined very well, and he can't enter into the market with the latest technology. I accepted, and I said, I'm going to give you this feature. All the frills you know, all the technology you can develop, put it in this robot. And we agreed on this, and he created this robot. Let's continue.
Here, Odaksan's product. You all know Odaksan. Among my manufacturers, he is the most economically powerful of my suppliers. Let me talk about the money. 650,000 Turkish liras is the price. Odaksan has a large manufacturing area, and they are powerful. They are selling to the entire world. Why I chose Odaksan? Because they are corporate, they are institutionalized. And while working with such corporate companies, in order to avoid any troubles, I prefer to sell the corporate institutionalized companies, brands, products to corporate clients. The capacity and the economical power of Odaksan shows that they have a good, excellent product. This is robust. This is robust product manufactured in Çorum. I sold one product, and we had a problem with the product, and they provided solution so fast, so efficiently, without causing any further problem with the client. They were lovely, and I asked them to cover the pallets. Why I wanted covering the pallets? Because you need to know this. when you buy a machine and automation system, just watch it for 1 hour. You can see it works or not. But such equipment that are used in the outdoors that are subject to the elements, such equipment, the pellets, it's not the heat by the sun, but the UV lights reduces the the traction of the pellets. It's really handy. When you see a pelleted equipment and see that it's useful when you first use it, but it's not sufficient. You need to use it for a long time to see the real effects in the outdoors areas. And when the pellets are impacted by the UV, and after 3.5 meters, the attractions reduce. The clients, they can find some handmade solutions. They use, yes. I've been working closely with Selim to further improve on this equipment, and my solution right now is to cover the pellets to increase the duration that they can optimally operate. This is a company from Ordu, F-Report. He uses 3D printing technology. I asked him to build such a machine. He is an RD-focused, energetic person. And when he visited us, I loved him. We are going to achieve great things with him. This brush is 2.25, and I'm increasing this number to 30. I've seen on the equipment that I'm going to have him change the engines of the brushes, and I'll increase the size to the 2.40. This is a lovely equipment, a wide one. What you need to know while buying a robot, the robot manufacturers in Turkey, like chemistry people, they are not usually educated to receive the formal training in the chemistry, in the chemicals. So who says these robots are not mechanical engineers, but they are industries, Turkish individuals who create lovely products. Sometimes they can omit things. For instance, they ask brush makers, I want this 140, I want this one. But when you talk about the brush, its torque and the height and their dimensions are determined by the quality of the guy who manufactured the brush. When you apply it to the system, it causes imbalances and impacts. So in the turning machine, you just sand it on the turning machine. So if the size increases, the length increases, the brushes do not impact the panels. But all the robot makers and the automation makers and the tractor brushes had similar problems in the past. I eliminated it. I'm done with the time, I believe. Shall I wrap it up? Yes. You know the telescopic brushes. I'm working with the largest Chinese company. The double engine disc is useful for the roofs. Why I recommend it? Because you can extend it 7.5 meters. At the end of the equipment, the weight of the both engines help you in removing the stains. You cannot use it for the other types of the. I don't have much time. This is a lovely equipment. You can see it's I want you to pay attention to the shape of it. It's a lovely one. Chinese people made it especially for field users. You need to use it in the field. It's 4 meters. You just apply weight and that. When you extend it 4 meters, you can use it. The manual brushes you should use in 2 differences for less number of panels. You need to have this in this because in order to be able to clean around the chimneys. Let's finish. This is the osmosis, reverse osmosis devices. Osmosis is deionized and it's not conductive of electricity. And deionized, it's usually nulling. If you drink it, you die, but the osmosis contributes to the solution highly. It increases the performance of the solution. And if you want to increase it by 3 times, you should use osmosis with the solution. This is something that I developed. This is vertical osmosis I developed for the vehicles. This is vertical, and the horizontal, it was the horizontal, and this is the vertical one. This is different. I designed this suitable for different types of vehicles. I'll give you a secret for osmosis people. Don't know this, but ionized. That means it is not conductive of electricity. It's interesting. They ask, what does it mean? Let me talk about anything. The manufacturers in Turkey are not qualified and trained, knowledgeable individuals. Let's move. This is pure water. So what is the difference between the pure water and the deionized water? The pure water is some water. You cannot have it in Turkey because the dust and the minerals in the atmosphere is introduced. If it was in Germany, you could wash it. It is an important issue. This is a heater that I apply on tractors. If you are to wash a 44 megawatts of the field in Şanlıurfa, and when you measure 70 degrees Celsius on top of the panels, if you use the well water, then you will cause cracks. In the last 15 years, the people who are contracting for washing the panels in Turkey, ignorant guys, because when you apply pressure on the panels, it can crack. But when you control it, they say, yeah, it is solid. But in the cold weather, when you step on the panels, yeah, of course, you don't see any thermal camera prints. But in June, July, when you try it, stepping on them, you can see your footprints on the thermal cameras. You will see the same. And water is important. Minus and plus 17.5 degrees Celsius is optimal for the water. This is avian repellent. You cannot repel the birds with sounds, but these laser systems that are used for the nighttime, they prevent birds to come back. The seagulls live like turtles. They live together in the Atatürk organized industrial zone. There are 1,000 factories. They live on the top of a single one. The same applies to the gives it to. These are the dust sensors. The dust sensors, I recommend this for contract washers to have it with them, because you need to assess the panel technically to see if the washing is needed or not. This is to recommend for the owners of the fields. And when I'm contracted to do a job, I always have them equipped with this. And these are important to indicate if the washing time has come or not. We can use camera systems. You can see the clips because they cause shadowing. But you need to pay attention, especially for wire clips. You need to pay attention if they're locked or not. The model that I use, the type that I use, doesn't have such a problem. But not in cheap products have different problems. Drainage clips are important. You need to pay attention because the settlement that's accumulated on the bottom causes shading. This is the clips connection apparatus. In the past, I did not have the wired type, but I couldn't use it for the middle rows. But with this extension, I can apply them on the middle rows too. Let me end with the solution. Let me talk about the solution. It's important. The solution, there are two types of solutions. One type that causes sedimentation of the lime in the water. It is not only, you need to think about it, stones on your kidney. It breaks the attachment points and all the residues are washed. If it wasn't happening, you could see the sediments of lime in the water reservoirs, and you don't see any lime stains on the panels too. So you need to use 1 liters, 1.5 liters per ton. It is important. It's even more important than osmosis. But when you talk about the stains, if you wanna test the capacities of the people who sell you solutions, you just need to ask them. We have a roof, we have iron oxide oxidation on my roof, and on the other roof we have a lot of waste from seagulls. You can see we have problems about the animals. Which kind of solutions can we use? When they say you can use A155, you can use it for both, it means that the guy doesn't know nothing. Because if stain oxidation like marble dust or iron or the other surface had biological stains, if he deems both are the same, he is not a chemical guy. The single solution cannot be used to remove 3 different types of stains. Male Kimya is one of the largest companies in Turkey, and they provide an important advantage under all conditions. These are the conditions that I require from my solution guys too. You applied it, you saw any burning, any bleeding or purpling on your panels, they reimburse the entirety of your losses. This is their undertaking, this is their commitment. Only Maya Kimya has such commitment. Other companies do not provide such guarantees because they provide me a backlog of documents, and you know all those documents, they just pay for it and get it back, and they can get their certifications for money. When you talk about solutions, the wrong solution, wrong application. If you have the wrong amount of mixture solution, it will cause burning. If you use appropriate proportions, then it will provide the solution itself. So use of such chemicals, when we will use it, what time you should use it, and which equipment should you choose to use it with are important questions. So what I'm trying to explain is that washing the SPPs, it starts with the installation, first installation of the facility, and with the installation surface and the panel tensions needs to be calculated, and the chemicals to be applied on the panels, and the thermal the differences are important. The chemical solution that you will apply on the panel are important, and otherwise, if you were to talk about equipment, you can just have a simple brush that you can use to clean your vehicles. So it doesn't mean the equipment. When someone says, I have this robot, you can use it for all kinds of stains, you should avoid them. You should not buy them. You need to think about all the rotating washers like polishing surfaces. These are important. We are talking about 300 and 400 kilowatts. Everything that I talked about, they are not light dust or other waste. I just tried to talk about difficult stains. As Toprak as Cemal Abbas'tan, I offer you, if you work with us, entirety of your equipment and know-how about washing the SPP, all our responsibility and documents we can provide to you. As soon as you hand your site to us, throughout its economic life, you can get the same efficiency from that. I exceeded my time. Thank you very much for your attention and listening to me. Thank you.
Merhabalar, ben Stabli'den.
Hello, everyone. Are we okay? Hello, everyone. I am John Leylak. I am responsible for the solar industry in our company, and I'm going to be talking to you about the backbone of solar systems, connectors. First of all, I want to give a little bit of information about our company. In our company, we have 4 different business units, and I am a member of electric connectors, conductor connectors, robot applications. Our company was established in Switzerland in the 1880s, and we have 6,000 employees worldwide, and we are the industry leader in all our industries, and we have over 1,000 gigawatt photovoltaic installation to date. And I want to give a little bit more information about products. We have proven, safe, secure products. As MC4, our product in the university has determined the standard in the industry, and everyone is working on this product. Our risk is 0 and our efficiency is very high. We have in-house production, and we have tests beyond the norms in our industry. We have high-level customer services. We have global presence, and America, China, and India, we have production and factories. Our products are easily accessible, and we always have stock in Turkey. Our guarantee and our quality issues are almost impossible with us, and at every scale, every level, we can also give internal and external training about our products. By the end of 2024, more than half of the photovoltaic systems were established with our connectors, and when we look at the climate, that means that we have eradicated 612 million tons of carbon dioxide, or 246 million trees have not been cut because of us. And I want to talk a little bit about the sources of faults with photovoltaic systems. In photovoltaic systems, you cannot manage the unknown. You should never take risks, because otherwise, as a result, you can have fires or other small faults in your systems. And this leads to high costs and losses. Unfortunately, there is a lack of knowledge in the world about EBOS components. EBOS components are the components other than a panel and inverter. These are EBOS components. The right selection of EBOS components will help extend the lifespan of photovoltaic systems. Obviously, you can see the results here, unwanted results. We have fires on the connectors. We have a significant voltage, and if this cannot be current through these connectors, fire is unfortunately never. Show you some case studies. This is in Latin America's 500 megawatt field, and the faults began with the noticing of broken connectors, and because the connectors were faulty, the inverter voltage was low, and as a solution, all connectors had to be replaced. According to a study we carried out in Switzerland, the replacement of a connector results in a cost of €6, and this is 5 or 6 fold the cost of a connector. You have performance losses, you have disruptions, you have maintenance and operating costs in addition, and obviously there's responsibility for insurance and EPC and operating and maintenance, and the delays in this. Financial impact, obviously, the disruption, you have a loss due to disruption, and also a cost resulting from repairs. This is another 100 megawatt system that we have. There's no physical damage. However, the connector temperature is continuously rising, and at high temperatures, in electrical conduction, there's a mechanical fault. The mechanics and the strings have all become faulty as a result. The security gaps in solar power systems can result from performance problems, from operations not being taken seriously. Equipment selection is also very important here as well. The European Commission has a Horizon 2022 project, and according to this project, the top 20 technical problems. The first two are resulting from connectors, and there are also 3 connector cable problems in the top 20. And here, obviously, we're trying to form a balance between CapEx and OpEx, and we're trying to minimize the LCOE. And maybe at the installation, you may be paying a little bit more. However, when operating the system, because there's no need for maintenance and repairs during operations, you are not having an additional expenditure. This is another study. The top 20 faults, their ratios and importance. In the top 3, we have connector and cabling problems in the top 3. The connector really in photovoltaic systems is the most important, most critical component in terms of faults arising. Obviously, there are financial impacts of this. At every temperature needs to be low in our contacts, and high temperature means high. And then we're obviously faced with high faults. So it doesn't just impact the photovoltaic system, but the storage and the panels. And I do apologize for the interruption because of the noise, but as you know, it's not just a photovoltaic system that is impacted by these faults. The grids, the storage systems, everything is interconnected now worldwide. All states have maximized their solar power plants investments. Everything is connected and everything is impacted by this. Our contact resistance is always low. And generally on the market, the desired norm is 0.5 milliohm, and our connectors are at 0.2 to 0.2.5. What is required, half. So when the resistance is low, we have a long-term use and the temperature not increasing. Your first investment cost, the cabling is 1% to all cost. The connector is 3 in 10,000. So when you have a 30% cheaper connector, it's a negligible amount that you are actually saving here. But on the OpEx side, a low-quality connector, when used, you have performance loss, you have security problems, disruptions, and additional repair and maintenance costs that you can be faced with. And as a result of this, obviously we can show by level. We have level 1, which is acceptable. So the contact resistance is higher, but the temperature increases. But this doesn't remain like this. Obviously, it will lead to a connector fault. And at level 3, you have to replace the module, and you need to change and replace the connectors. It's the scenario we fear the most, level 4, which is a fire. And obviously, then you have legal responsibilities. And so why original MC4? It is a product that meets industry demands, and obviously on the market, people no longer call it connectors but MC4s. It's safe, it's secure, it's cost-effective, it's easily accessible, and technically and economically, it is long-lasting. Since 1995, we've been in the solar industry, and we're as old as the solar industry itself, and for this reason, we have a significant know-how. And our products are generally designed to work at extremes, at extreme temperatures of cold and heat. So under normal conditions, it's almost impossible for you to experience problems. MC4 and MC4 Evo 2 and their features. MC4 in Europe is certified to 1,000 volts, but in America, they are certified, both of them, until 1,500 volts. Evo 2 has slightly higher features. It's a newer product. MC4 compared to Evo 2 is a little bit older, but they are both very highly preferred products, and all of our products can be mixed and matched as well. We give this guarantee as well. MC4 and Evo 2 can be easily connected to each other. This is our general product portfolio. On the DC connector, we have MC4, Evo 2, Evo Ready. This is a non-crimping connector, so you just place the cable into the sheath. That's also 1,500 volt. We have a Evo 2000. This is suitable for 2,000 volt levels. But we have MC4 and Evo 2 for panel type connectors. For battery energy storage systems, we have MC4 Evo Store and Evo Store panel type connectors, again with high sales in Europe. Branch connectors are for parallel connections of strings, and for EBOS systems we have a Y connector. It's almost the same as branch connectors. We have Y connectors with fuses, fuse connectors, and we also have tool boxes. And we cannot give guarantees for any products that have not been installed with our toolboxes. These are the plug and socket of our anatomy of our connectors. We have a cap knot on the outside. Then we have the metal parts, the O-ring, and we have the multi-lam here as well. We don't just have photovoltaic, we also have industrial connectors. We utilize the same technology everywhere. On the multi-lam, it has indented structure, and on both sides we have the same contact resistance. For this reason, there is no increase in temperature, and this has been utilized, something we've been working on since the day we were established. And here we have the long-term 12-year rooftop solar power plant investigation analysis. So you can see that the values have not changed at all over the 12 years. Here we have tests that we've carried out with our own connectors. As we can see, we are way beyond the norms or what is demanded. And then we have a competitor connector. You can see our tests that we've carried out here, our TCT and DHT. The contact resistance remains the same with our products, but the competitor connector resistance increases highly, and as such, the temperature increases highly. Again, we have the same test images from this. You can see the connector has been damaged, but still the internal resistance has not changed at all. Cross connections is something that we never recommend and we do not guarantee. It's something that needs to be avoided. Every product has a different technology. Yes, they may seem to have matched, but on the metal side, on the internal, you never know what kind of contact you have. And for this reason, it's something that should never be recommended or preferred. Obviously, legally, there is no certification of this either. And in this case, if you experience any problems, neither company will want to take responsibility for this. EPC with Stubly, what do we have? When we use our products, then they do not have problems with their customers because of EBOS faults. So they have good relationships with their customers. They have no legal issues. Because there are no cross connections, there's no supply chain issues, these are avoided. We have many products that we recommend for different issues, and we have a warehouse in Istanbul, and we have stock in Turkey, and we have distributors throughout Turkey, and we have direct sales ourselves. So what do you gain from us as an operator or... So there are no problems when working with us, no energy disruptions or any legal disputes or repair or maintenance costs, and as such, their fields are much safer. Obviously, the correct installation of connectors is very important. Proper crimping is very important, as I mentioned. Any connectors that are not crimped with our products are not guaranteed. This is our crimping tool that you can see on the screen. And I just want to summarize quickly the status quo on when utilizing our product, you can optimize your capex, and the share of the connector in the total cost is 3 in 10,000. So any savings here are negligible. But when it comes to the operating side, on the OPEX side, you can be faced with really high maintenance and repair, and your OPEX can increase exponentially, and no one wants to face any fire or legal issues. That's all I have to say today, and I thank you very much for your attention and time. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
S. Tabii. Telefon mu orada galiba? Direkt şeye basarsın. Okey. Evet, merhabalar, hoş geldin.
Hello, welcome. I am Refik. I'm working in Logma, growth manager. Today we will talk about the management of the energy, how smart we can manage the energy, and what is the ecosystem. And if you have any questions, I'd like to answer them. And if you don't have questions now, I'd like to talk with you in more detail at the booth. What is the smart energy ecosystem? I love to talk about terminology, starting from the background of the things, and then we can build upon that. Then we talk about what is the smart energy and what is the smart ecosystem. The smart system is the conventional energy systems, digitalization of the conventional energy systems and connection with the technological elements like the Internet of Things, AI, and the double-sided communication technologies. So it is making the energy, smart energy, to the eco-monitoring. What is ecosystem? It is a structure where within the limited area, all the living organism and unliving things like environment, resources, and energy are in communication. So let's go back to the definition. Interaction of the elements, which is self-sufficient and which is built upon the balance. So this is a system that completes the cycle. Now let's think about the energy. What's energy? Years ago, everybody was a consumer only. In time, slowly, the consumers become generators. But this is not the completion of the cycle. Today, the era that we live is the storage. With the storage side, the ecosystem of the energy will be completed. Yeah, we consume, while we consume, we generate, and if we have an excess, we store this and then sell it back to the grid. So this is the ecosystem that we have today. As a consumer, I can store, I can generate, I can consume. While doing so, I have a lot of question marks. I generated, and is my power plant generated with efficiency? I consumed. What are the bills? Am I consuming accurately? Or I stored? Is my battery healthy? What are the points of operation? What are the points of storage? What are the points of backfeeding to the grid? Can I operate the entirety of the ecosystem optimally? All of these questions arise while we use this ecosystem. As we ask these questions, we need a conductor of an orchestra that can help us solve these questions, which help us to manage the cycle of the energy. As a Logma chief engine, as the Logma, and we have a Logma chief engine, which is a generation performance monitoring, which you can analyze your billing, which you can follow the efficiency of the consumption, you can manage your battery and storage. You have an offsetting here. You are moving to the deeper and more detailed mathematics here after offsetting. You can analyze your bills and you can analyze your energy cycle. So as Logma, we try to provide a solution, a structure that helps you do all of that. We, as a digital resource, with our own IoT devices at the global or local points, at 13,000 different points in 18 different countries, with over 500 different customers, we continue our operations. In this energy cycle, our contribution we want to be better convey that to the clients. Not we are a software company, but it is not important. You also need to be able to prepare good devices with the BMSs, with the inverters and the grids. You need to work in coordination with everything. At this point, we manufacture our own devices. We want to better understand these devices, how we can manage the storage management, power control, and the invoice controls, the billing controls, how we can better design and analyze your system. We call you all, we invite you all to visit our own booth. I just mentioned about the ecosystem of the energy and the digitalized version of it. How we can do it? I'd like to invite you all to visit us in Hall 7 in stand A01A. I just wanted to introduce, just tip our toes into the system. But better to be able to better explain everything to you, I'd like to invite you all to our booth. We take pride in serving the entirety of the sector. I can answer any question if you have, but it would be more meaningful if you could visit us there. Yeah, this is a short presentation, I know that, but thank you very much for your time, nonetheless. And I'd like to wish you success in your endeavors. Have a good day.
çekersin.
Soundtrack. I can start, I believe. All right. We don't have much audience. If you can come closer to the front rows, perhaps we can better communicate. I am the owner of May Energy, Mehmet Yüksener. We have three different businesses here in Turkey. We have the investors hat, we have solar power plants, and second hat is the EPC, up to 40-50 megawatts per year, both on rooftops and on land. We provide energy for the self-consumption. We also have a total wholesale electricity business. We sell wholesale electricity. In the year 2023, everything that we did here in Turkey, we decided to go abroad with a target of 2,000 megawatts in the next 5 years in different countries of Europe. We launched a campaign to build power plants in Europe. At the end of the market researches in the year 2023, I figured out that Romania would be suitable for us at the first stage. In Romania, we had 3 projects ready for construction from the developers there. Next year, the first of this at the center of Romania in the Miaisti, the blue box you can see. This is the land SPV. This is 5.11 DC project. For Miaisti project in Romania, the electricity prices are volatile, especially during the summer months. Different from Turkey, you have negative prices or low prices. Therefore, in this project, the 30 megawatts are battery we ordered. Yeah, it will be arrive in Romania in summer. For installation and the tests, commissioning tests will take 1 or 2 months. And at the end of the summer, we will have both SPV and a battery in this facility. In the next 3 years in Romania, SPV as photovoltaic, we aim to achieve a power installed capacity of 138 megawatts. And behind all of this, the 138 megawatt is consisting a couple of 10-15 projects. In addition to we will also provide a battery solution in addition to the SPV. As we continue our journey in Romania, the investors there contacted us and can we do it? Others contacted us that can we do anything with you? We have 4 clients there under our leadership. These are investors who invest in Romanian markets under our leadership. Along with them, we will achieve a project volume of 168 megawatts. And at the level of 500 megawatts, they will also prepare a BESS and PP with batteries. So we have a good accumulation in Romania, which will continue. In different regions of Romania, these are our projects. You can see here in this slide, starting from 2 megawatts up to the 60-65 megawatts. Why Romania then? Romania because, first of all, as an investor in Romania, I have a euro-based. I can have 10-15% of margin in euro. Was in the photovoltaic field, I have 7-8 years of return on investment. When I add the battery, we can reduce it down to the 6 year. the battery systems, you will see a couple pricing mechanisms regarding the batteries. It's important. Second of all, in Romanian market, in the year 2010 and 2017, thanks to the incentives provided by the government of Romania, there was a significant development. But given the high amount of incentives that they provided, many parties tried to take advantage of these incentives and decided not to sell electricity. Then they stopped. The government stopped providing such incentives, and starting from the year 2020, many new investors entered the market, and among them, many people with high. In order to have a call, they started to enter. New players started to enter into the market, and they completed the capacities. Regarding the capacities, the distribution and the distribution company, transmission company of Romania, they never say, no, you cannot do it. Yeah, you can do it, they say, but you need to invest $10 million, 10 million euros, 20 million euros, additional line investments. You need to provide such. So with such investments are not considered feasible. But so you need to have the appropriate, the proper, correct project. Due to its geographical location, the European Union has certain political commitments before the European Union. 50% of their electricity is generated through fossil fuels, whereas other 50% is generated by renewable energy resources. The fossil side, they have nuclear power plants, 2 times 400 megawatts, so 15 to 20 terawatts hour is generated by this. This nuclear power plant is old. One unit of it will start maintenance, which will continue for 3 years, and a significant proportion of their capacity will be decommissioned. Secondly, their installed coal capacity, reduced to the 712. And due to their commitments, political commitments, they need to cancel the entirety of this installed capacity within the next 6 years. Due to the loss of these capacities and generation side, needs to be replaced with the renewable energy resources, meaning solar and wind. Additionally, due to the war in Ukraine, the electricity demand of the Ukraine, there is a connection to the Ukraine with 2 large transmission lines. So in the next 3 to 5 years, Romania has a significant export capacity for Ukraine. If they have any addition, they can also sell to the European interconnected network through Bulgaria. As an investor, this was the rationale for my investment. This was the commercial rationale of this investment. These electricity prices, this shows the prices of the electricity. When you look at the monthly basis, these are euros from 2015 to the 2026. Monthly electricity prices per month. As you can see here, until the year 2020, the prices are at the average of 40 to 50 euros. As you can see here, 35 euros is the average. These reached 40 to 50 euros. Starting from the year 2021, 110 euros of electricity prices averages. Because forget about the Ukrainian war, because during the war it reached 264. 100 and 150 euros. When you look at Turkey, it is 3,000, 4,000 Turkish liras. So as the PTF, it has an increased price for electricity. But electricity price, looking at the entirety of the euro, is not correct. If you are an investor of the solar power plant. This, the first 7 days of the September in the year 2025. In the first 7 days of the September, you can see Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, especially between the hours of 10 a.m. Do you have a pointer on this device? Do you have a laser pointer? But yeah, we have, but you cannot. It wouldn't be showing due to the background color of white. When you look at here, you can see the negative pricing. In the Saturday and Sunday, the industry doesn't work in Romania. So when you look at the consumption and generation balance, you can see the negative prices. So at such places, if you have a PV, you should never sell the electricity at these hours. You need to feed it to the batteries. And when you pass these times, you have, if you have a battery of 4 hours, let's say you have a battery of 1 megawatts, you need to charge it for in these hours and then sell it for 170 euros. So you have an arbitrage possibility of 110 euros. So when you have an investment in Romania with the PV collocated, in addition to the wind and solar, your installment of a battery is commercially significant. Why in this PV we don't remain as PV, but we also invest in the batteries? It's because we need to manage this pricing mechanism correctly. You can see a lot of wording here, but the essence of the slide is, in Romania, 1880 gigawatts, which is a large volume, they have a call applications. It's actually ATRs, which is called call. But the call is held by people who have transactional relationships. These are not feasible projects. But interestingly, there are actors who get their calls. They received all their permits from a EMRA of the country, and you need to prove your financial capabilities there. There are 176 projects. The one that I show before, three out of these 176 are mine. The totality of this is 7.43 gigawatts. So this 400 megawatts, their realization within the next 3 years, I believe, there is a 70-80% of possibility for that, for their implementation. Perhaps 20% of them can be cancelled due to different reasons. So there is a pipeline that's coming in this. I'm not going to talk about the details because I just laid out the rationale of investing in this country. We also help third parties, if of course we can reach an agreement, for determination, finding the correct projects, and their due diligence, including financial, legal, and bookkeeping of the project, which takes approximately 2 months, and then procurement of such project, and after purchase, construction until the completion, and after completion of the construction, different from Turkey for energizing and starting the commercial activity in a power plant is difficult in Romania, but because the completion of the construction isn't enough. In the project, we had a testing process of 2 months actually, while you receive from licensing from EMRA, it takes a lot of time and poses a lot of challenges. So with 4 different investors, and we have many others coming, we are still negotiating with, we continue our journey in Romania. This is what I would like to talk about Romania and Romanian market. We started with 5 people, but now we reached up to 30 people in the audience. Perhaps we can continue with questions, Q&A session. Perhaps it will be better. If you have a question, I'd like to answer them. Please.
If we could just request a microphone as well so everyone can hear. We're from Şanlıurfa, and then from Şanlıurfa to Romania, we're considering a 30-40 megawatt investment to Romania. I'm asking something sincere here. Do you recommend it? To be able to recommend it, I need to understand your expectations well. A 30-40 megawatt investment, if it's going to be completely self-funded, then you're talking about a 25 to 30 million euro investment. 25 to 30% euro investment you could put into repo in Turkey. And when I said this earlier, when I showed this, I've invested my own money there. Why? Because my estimation is a return of 50% in euros. So if I'd invested 30 million euros on annual, I would be looking at 4.5 million annual I'd be hoping for. It's a 30-year period. This could satisfy you, it may not. Because it's something that satisfies me, I said yes. Sometimes I have customers, they say I invest in machinery and I get 30 million in 2 years, 15. That's a choice. For this reason, there is no one single answer here. It's something that needs to be discussed in detail. And obviously, this brings with it so many risks. I mean, I'm going through things so basically, so simply, but when making this investment, there are 50,000 problems. I don't speak Romanian, I know English, for example. So you need to take the appropriate steps with the right people. There's no life without risk. Life means risk. Yes, but the brief answer of the question, would you recommend it? Yes, because I did it myself. I mean, if I didn't recommend it, I wouldn't do it myself. Thank you very much. I have investments in Turkey as well. But a 2 gigawatt platform is not just in Romania. I won't just remain with this. I'm going to try within the next 5 years to reach 2,000 megawatts in Europe. This is a large number. Obviously, it's all money that talks here. Hopefully, 250 megawatts will be in the next 5 years, I'm hoping. And in the coming periods, most likely, I'll be working in 2 or 3 other countries. Instead of 3 projects in 15 countries, I want 10 to 15 projects in 3 or 4 countries. Thank you very much. We're just bringing the microphone, just a moment. Hello. There was a project with 1,400 calls, you said. Yes. 176 were feasible, you said. Yes. So what is the period of time there, for example? In Turkey, for example, we have these calls, but establishment and installation takes a while. Yes, similar there as well. If you have that invitation, that call, then within 12 months, you need a connection contract that needs to be signed within 12 months. This connection contract used to be free of charge, and now this connection contract, there is a cost according to the size of the project and obviously the state of the connection as well. Sometimes they want lines, transformer stations. Sometimes it's 300, 500,000 or 1 million euros. In the past, these, they filled the capacity now, so now you need to have the connection agreement within 12 months. If not, then your invitation is scrapped. Once you've made the contract, you have 5-10% up front, and they continue taking payments. And within 18 months after the invitation, you need to complete your construction permits. And if you cannot complete your construction permits for various reasons, then again, 5-10%. Just to understand that you're a serious investor, you will make a payment to keep the invitation alive. So that entire process is 18 months to 20 months. So within 30 months, otherwise, this call letter, this invitation, is no longer valid. If they don't have the financial power, if the project is not feasible, because within 78 gigawatts there are good projects, there are bad projects. And so, first of all, the good projects meet with investors, and then it whittles down to that 176 projects. And obviously, with construction permits, etc., significant investments need to be made. Generally, this is in Romania, it's carried out on agricultural land. There's the money for having the zoning changed from agricultural. It's almost 4, 5, 6,000 euros per hectare, and this needs to be paid. You said this 76 gigawatts in the hands of certain people, you said. When I take a feasible project, how much would I need to pay to the person that has that invitation, that call? With 50,000 euros to 150, 200,000 euros, there are those developers that request that between 50 and 200,000 per megawatt. Does that differ according to whether it's feasible or not? When I'm trying to gain a project, I don't just look at how much the developer is asking for, because that's not the right thing to do. There are two other criteria that need to be considered. One of them is what the developer wants in terms of money, and the other is the ATR. How much is going to be paid to the distribution company per megawatt? And the third would be, what is the connection point of this project? And how much do I need to pay for this connection point? I look at these three criteria when I'm making the decision. So what I'm trying to say here is that 50,000 euro may be a very affordable project, but when you look at the ATR plus connection point, if it's going to be another 250,000 euros, so I'm going to be paying 300,000 euros. On the other hand, there's 150,000 euro with only 20 other, it still ends up cheaper. Even if the developer is asking for 100,000 euros, that project is more feasible than the other. So you need to calculate this well, analyze this well. Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions about the Romanian market? No more, it seems. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for your participation. We have a stand as well. If you have any questions, we can meet in person as well. Thank you.
Şöyle yapalım. Şimdi bunu bir çalıştıralım bakalım. Tamamdır. Sesi okey. Heh. Herkese merhaba. Nasılsınız? Umarım iyisiniz.
Hello everyone, I hope you're all well. I'm Mohamed Mututeksin, I'm from Sunray Energy. At Sunray Energy, I'm an electrical engineer and I work as a business development engineer. And I want to briefly talk about Sunray Energy. Sunray Energy is actually an operator of integrated solar power plants. It's an engineering company with integrated solutions, and today we are going to be talking about integrated energy ecosystem. So what we're going to be talking about here, revamping, operating and maintenance, and regulation simulations. What is revamping? Revamping, on the revamping side, old solar power plants that we did not install ourselves, where we increase the performance of older systems. When we're carrying out the revamping, first we have a pre-analysis that we carry out. We meet with our investor, we carry out our analysis in-house in the office. We obtain the production values, the generation values, how much was produced, and we look to see whether the performance is good or bad of the power plant. And we follow constant performance. I'm sure that you know in old solar power plants there is no illumination sensors, so we measure 10 minutes performance. So we had an aging simulation, we carry out comparison, and we start the digital audit process. And so what is our difference there? It's as a result of our software we stand out, and both for our engineers, for our survey engineers, and for investors, it allows us to provide reports, and from the software portal you can see all details. Our engineers can see all details and can prepare an audit report, or if you've seen a maintenance operation report, it's generally 4 or 5 pages.
It's 5 pages and a couple of photographs. We have 150, sometimes 200 pages long audit reports. Determination of the power plant and the loss points. Let me give an example. We went to the power plant, we removed the thermal. We didn't see any problem regarding to the panels. When we look at the error messages of the inverter, we have seen a stoppage at the 12 at the noon or 1 p.m. You can see there is a good engineering but bad installation. Instead of connecting one strip, they use 2, 3, 4. We just replaced the third to the first, and the problem was solved. Given the fact that the sun power plant was installed, created in the winter months, then you could see a 2-hour long losses. You don't see any problem in the panels, but when you look at the annual basis, you can see problems. This is the thermal analysis. Our difference is we create a site route. We take 1,600 to 2,000 photographs. We determine the error points and compile the photographs, and when we give it to the audit team, they show the approximate location of the error points. We use a single drones, but 16K, 300 and 400 is the total. After the termination of the thermal loss, we start our desktop studies. What is the cause of the problems? What should be done to optimize the performance of the hotel? We carry out our desktop works, and then we provide a solution, the prescription. We give them in detail what to do, what are the prices, and then we start the implementation process. We went there, we applied our solutions, and then optimized the power plant's production generation. And then we continue we start our continuum process, this sustainability process. After the operation and maintenance, we made sure its sustainability of the solutions. After what we do as Sunray, it's the three-step monitoring, operation, and maintenance. In the monitoring process, we use a software which is a great facility for us. It is when you compile the 5 minutes data, you can spot the errors easily and then notify the facility teams. With the monitoring activities, we provide monthly monitoring reports. In the operation, since we monitor everything at 5 minutes intervals, you can notify the field team as soon as a problem occurs. Let's say you have a string problem. You go there, you solve it, but you also need to find the root cause of the problem. Because if the same problem repeats once, twice a week, even though you provided the solution, it will be temporary, which will certainly come back in 1 or 2 months. So when you analyze the root causes, you have the opportunity to eliminate the cause of the problem. In our maintenance, IS 400, IS standards told us you need to carry out this periodic maintenance. In some power plant types, some types, it's twice a year. In some of other types, it's more than that. So I usually call it before and after the harvest, especially for egg factories, for instance. I always notify them, yeah, the maintenance will start in this day. You need to be prepared accordingly. And after the harvest, the power plant is tired, and then after each harvest, we also carry out another maintenance. We have a digital infrastructure for operation maintenance side of the business. On the roof, we determine 55 points. On the land, we determine more. While preparing these points, we use the Article 1, 2, 3 of the IS standards, because the companies, operators usually tell us you need to use these standards, because in case of a problem, the insurance companies say, yeah, did you apply these standards? This is the analysis reporting. This is the reporting program. At the end of each month, we provide this report to our investors. Here, the most important after the early offsetting, the most important thing, early settlement, the detailed engineering works. We carry out feasibility simulations. We provide annual works. You could easily prepare annual figures for monthly offsetting, but when you talk about early offsetting, you need to pay special attention. For instance, adding batteries to those roofs. We have a hourly offsetting module suitable for self-consumption. We have different modules. We have other modules too. We can show them to you in our booth. When you enter your parameters in this module, in the monthly offsetting, where you have hourly offsetting or non, or we have average ROI calculations. You can input yes, hourly offsetting is yes. Is there it? Yes. But when they say there isn't one, we still, in case of a legislative modification, we already prepared for it. For rooftop solar power plant and other integration, we have a battery. At the software side, then we integrate what will be the average ROI. What we want, the investor, the owner of the factory, needs to send all the hourly data to us in detail. We work closely with the factories, and each of them have their own specific consumption structure. So for 24, 36, and 72 hours of consumption, data needs to be input, needs to be entered into the system. We don't sell to the grid, backsell to the grid, and entirety of the generation is stored in the batteries, and we consume them at the night time. This is the situation where the sales, back sale to the grid is possible. Well, we prepared this study. We started it before the change in the legislation. In the legislation said that I sold, and it's based on the calculations that I generated 100, I sold 60, and consumed 20. The rest 20 we battery. The legislation say you can sell entirety of your non-consumed part of the generated power output. Then we have an integration model after react them. At certain times when I collected the PVV investors and met with them, they entered their generation numbers, but they don't have any consumer facility. And our solution is, let's find ourselves the consuming facilities. It's sometimes difficult to find the lands for generation. So in the same EDAŞ region, we take the consumers and how we can integrate the them SPP to them. This is what we are working on, especially for plastic manufacturing and steel and iron factories. It works a lot. The distribution price, let's say 2 liras. He's talking too fast. And you can say the return times. At this point, with the Yetkan facility, which is a consumption tax integrated to that, it's continuing from 2500. If we use for another consumption facility to the simulation, it will take 3 years or 5 years instead of 10 years. These are the references. Thank you very much for listening to me. If you have any question, I can gladly answer. Thank you.
Ses geliyor mu? Geliyor. Tamam. Herkese merhaba.
Hello all. I am from PEM Energy, Avni Tuncan. What we do as PEM Energy, I will talk shortly about it, and then I will talk about the energy storage systems and the EMS systems and what's their strategic roles. PEM Energy is in Turkey. It was founded in the year 2013 and became the sole exclusive representative of the Huawei. Everything we are selling, all the solar products of Huawei. Additionally, we have 5-star service provision to our clients. As of the last year, we became the sole exclusive representative distributor of Huawei's DMI drones. And also N2N, which is an EMS platform. With this, we provide software and hardware of ENS systems. We mentioned what would be the strategic role of the EMS systems. Today, for the last decade or 15 years, the renewable energy, mainly the solar and the wind, increased its share in the general energy. The increased proportion of the renewable energy brings along certain risks. What are those? Regarding the solar side, the daytime and nighttime differences are important, and it has a sudden reduction in the generation in the nighttime, thus disrupting the balance of the demand, thus creating a generation pattern that is not suitable for the demand. And such variability also applies for the wind energy as well. What does it entail then? An unforeseeable generation and a variable generation constitute certain risks that also make the grid vulnerable. The increased grid challenges, all this fluctuation of the renewable energy cause fluctuations in the frequency and the voltage in the grid. And all of them, as I mentioned before, it creates the difference in the nighttime and daytime. It's a distributed and difficult to control generation structure that emerged due to this increased share. One of the other risks is the increase in the electrification. With the introduction of the electric vehicles and propagation of that, and increase in the demand of the industrial electricity, thus sudden surges, and all this results in the irregular consumption and the challenged grid. What is the solution? Our solution is the ESS, energy storage systems, and smart energy management systems. The energy system now is more dynamic, more variable, more complex, and more data-driven. For that reason, it is not sufficient to generate the energy. You also need to store and manage the energy. The purpose of the storage systems, why do we need them? With the increase in the renewable energies share, the risks that we mentioned, they can be eliminated really fast. The storage system has this capacity. Activating at millisecond levels, and it provides regulation of the balancing and the voltage and the power balancing. Therefore, ensuring sustainability in the renewable generation and increasing the security of the energy supply and ensure the balance on the grid and to optimize the energy costs. What is the EMS? What is its duty here? What is its function in this structure? Yeah, what we call EMS is actually energy management system. This is the abbreviation of the energy management system. What it does, it optimizes the generation, storage, and consumption, provides real-time control and monitoring, and it's one of its functions, and it includes decision-supporting algorithms. To function, it has algorithms, so it's a platform to carry out its functions. What are the functions of the EMS? Which functions are included? Load estimation and optimization. Depending on the past consumption data and the air conditions, it estimates the electricity attitude of the facility. Manages the battery charging and discharging. To better optimize the operation of the system, it determines the times when the batteries need to be charged and discharged. It also provides optimization compared to the market prices. How I can manage, it estimates how I can manage the battery depending on the pricing in the market. And finally, the SCADA integration, it provides real-time, it feeds real-time data to SCADA, thus creating a continuous monitoring of the system and reporting, and it provides also safe and continuous operation of the system. This is the basic architecture of the EMS. As you can see here, there are renewable energy resources like solar and wind, and the ESS, the with hybrids or standalone systems. It can be used for hybrid and standalone systems. In order to be able to operate more stable, the systems require this architecture now. At high capacities, TEH also require the facility installations to include such a SCADA system. Here, how the system works, all the data from the generation or storage facility through PCS or inverter, through a communications module to the EMS. EMS can, for both TEH and the AEH, if it's going to engage in the commerce of the power, it provides they can, the other parties can also control the system. Advanced EMS architecture. What functions are included in this advanced architecture? From compiling data from the generation site, and then in line with the data received from the AEH, and estimation is carried out. Depending on the data, past data, the future situation is estimated for control, and on both price side and on the operation side, it provides an optimization in this architecture. Afterwards, it has a function to control the generation facilities on the website. And also it has the function to ensure integration to the market. If they are going to participate in the market, in the day markets or to the offsetting power markets, it has a integration model with API. The features of the advanced EMS, it has AI-based estimation systems. It also has real-time optimization, and it needs to be suitable for participation in the market. And for the batteries and the PV systems, it needs to manage degradation of those panels. While doing all this, the system needs to be profitable and increase its margins. You need to carry out all these functions correctly. We all know that there are price fluctuations in Turkey, and it's called something that we call arbitrage. At certain hours, the price is reduced. At certain hours, it's increased. By estimation of these fluctuations, the system needs to be controlled and managed accordingly. If the price is wrongly estimated, then it will directly cause direct loss of revenues. The accuracy of the estimations of the EMS is critical for that reason. EMS here needs to correctly manage the discharge and charging of the batteries. And they need to be monitored. The actual values need to be monitored in real time. Overcharging needs to be avoided so that damaging to the batteries is prevented. The biggest risk for the batteries is the fire risk, and this risk needs to be avoided at all costs. And also it needs to comply with the limitations of the grid. The battery systems, with the introduction of the battery systems, the renewable energy resources, with the multiple revenue model, they can create more revenues. For that, before day market, the day market, and the balancing, offsetting markets, the operations, the facilities can engage in those operations, thus reducing the ROI of the investment and increase their revenues. When we talk about the management of the degradation under EMS control, there is a C rate of the batteries. Does it provide a 1 hour capacity or 2 hours capacity or 4 hours capacity? We have a C rating like 0.5C or 0.4C. These need to be managed optimally. They need to be optimized with accuracy. And these are the factors that also has impact on the economic life of the batteries. If they are used at rates over the optimal C rates, they reduce the economic life of the battery. If we are talking about deep recharge, the life of the batteries with different charging values is different. So they need to be controlled depending on the instantaneous consumption and generation. And considering the health of the system, the thermal monitoring is also important. In the batteries, what is exit cycle? One charge and one discharge per day. It is called a single cycle. The battery with is one cycle and who carries out one cycle or 2 cycles a day have different economic lives of the batteries. Doing excessive cycles can cause early aging and early replacement of the batteries, which increases the cost of the investment and causes the ROI to be longer. So both the revenues and the economic life of the battery needs to be optimized, which can be done by the EMS. Here, the sensible, accurate data needs to be used to control and optimize the system by EMS again. In conclusion, I'd like to say, without EMS, storage is lacking. There's always a gap in the storage. The storage means hardware, software, and algorithm. But the EMS is the driver of the stability of the system. When we talk about an optimized EMS, optimized on both pricing and on the operation, the optimization means higher revenues. The storage systems are the key components of the energy transformation. There is no going back from that. With the new political decisions and regulation amendments, this is the direction that we are going. Without storage, you can't have sustainable energy system. Therefore, the storage systems became a critical key component. It will be more popular. Yeah, we are late. We are lagging behind on this regard, but when we compare it to the Europe, from non-licensed, licensed offsetting to the early offsetting has the same motive behind. Secondly, before EMS, the operation, the enterprise cannot be efficient. For the efficiency, you need an EMS, as I mentioned in the previous slides. Advanced EMSs provide an advantage in the competition, a competitive advantage, because your investment cost can be returned in shorter terms by increasing your revenues. Therefore, it will also yield more efficiency in the usage utility of the systems. This is the end of our presentation. Perhaps it was a short and to the point. If anyone has any question, I'd like to answer. We cannot hear the question right now. It has gained importance actually for domestic, for residential products and projects, for smaller projects. According to the latest political decisions and the regulations, the hourly offsetting, this came to fore. The hourly offsetting requires real delicate control. It is impossible to do without an EMS, so EMS is a must at this moment. You can do it manually. You would only end up with receiving penalties or not receiving any revenues from selling to the grid. So if you want to make money out of your energy, you need to have an EMS. The question cannot be heard. Cost, it is not the same, because it's usually offered inclusive to the system. So when you include it into the system with a 1 megawatt system, of course it is a higher cost, but when you put it in a system with 30 megawatt capacity, then the ratio is reduced. Yeah, prices are similar, going along at the similar rates, but given the fact that and also the hardware the requirements for hardware can also increase the cost of the system. But when you look at the ratio of the cost, the capacities differ. The smaller capacity projects have a different pricing ratio compared to the larger projects. Of course, it is not that big a gap, that big a difference in the pricing, but when you look at the ratios, it's different. The question cannot be heard. Thank you. For smaller residential types and for larger capacities, the pricing doesn't. You say there isn't much difference. But if I want such a system for my own house, what would be the cost for me? There are different models, but financially speaking, if it is not a commercial package, your EMS system is usually integrated in your product. You don't need an additional EMS. I also would like to ask another question. Let's say I am going to have a 10 megawatts of power plant. What will be the percentage of the cost of this system for 10 megawatts? When you look at the 10 megawatts, perhaps it is no more than 10% of the total cost. Of course, you cannot give any exact price for domestic smaller projects. No, you don't need it because the products usually have their own systems. It is integrated. I want only offsetting for my house. Yeah, you can do it. You don't need anything additional. There is a fixed price for that, but if you go to the commercial industrial sizes, you can do it like an arbitrage. Other than that, if you were to sell it for offsetting, it is not feasible because the distribution cost is increased, and with the new prices, it is not regional. For that reason, it would be more advantageous, more reasonable to store your energy and self-consume it. If any other question, if not anymore, no questions. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Herkese merhaba.
Hello everyone, my name is Çakan Gazioğlu. I'm in the digital power department, CTO of Huawei, and today I'm going to be talking about our next generation inverter solution as we launched at our stand yesterday. First of all, I want to briefly talk about the current numbers of Huawei. We're a global company, a global structure, and throughout the world we have over 200,000 employees, and we're active in over 170 countries and regions, and the majority of our employees are within R&D, which shows that we're a company that we are constantly renewing our products and solutions. And we provide technological support in infrastructure investments, and we have end-user consumers, telecom operators, and corporate customers that we offer services to. And as I have stated, we're generally in the background, the more digitalization of operations. We offer solutions for this. On the energy side, within the scope of our green energy, we offer new generation inverters and storage, and so we've been among the top 6 globally, and this supports the argument of having a large R&D population, and we have a lot of collaborations and business units within Huawei, and our annual growth is approximately 25%. And in all areas where we're active, throughout the world, we are in a leadership position, especially on the inverter side. We have shipments of over 800 gigawatts, over 170 last year. And if we consider Turkey, we have over 15 gigawatts of installed power in Turkey. And so we have a lot of R&D centers that support this department, especially focused in China and Europe. And today, we are working on algorithms for grid compliance. The product development areas that we focus on are optimizing system costs, which will develop grid support talents, which overcome the maintenance and repair, operation and maintenance, and also safety and security that reflects our experience from the field into our products. So solutions we offer are string modular solutions. Since the day we entered into the market, we've continued the same mentality, which is avoiding centralized solutions. This is not only valid in the solar inverter or storage industry, but in all product groups at a global scale, in wide-ranging geographies, because we manage our products. We believe that modular products and solutions are more manageable, and when we consider the global markets, we can see the rise in the string inverters, and that we have the largest share of the pie in this regard. The technologies that we offer are called fusion solar. We're currently on the 9th generation. Our new product launch was just carried out. Every generation that we launch brings a new technology to the industry. The first string-level inverters, land scale, were produced and launched by Huawei, and in the following period, the first 1,500 watts DC. The health test for panels were also produced by Huawei, and we have a lot of innovations in 9.0. We have a video here. Very briefly, we'll be touching upon the new generation inverters and solutions. We have bigger scale, larger scale modular systems, not just only on the inverters, but in the transformer capacities as well. We will be supporting higher powered solar panels, and from 330 kilowatts to 506 kilowatts we'll be moving with the power of our highest inverter. We were using 800 volts AC, we're now moving to 1 kilowatt. We're still in the low voltage, but we'll be optimizing our losses. The most critical component, IGBT, is produced by Huawei itself as a new generation IGBT, and our resistance tolerance range is extended here. We have a communication infrastructure update as well, We have the Annex 18 regulation, which gives us faster response and faster communication. With our prefabricated transformer management system, we can follow effectively and report effectively all what's going on site. We are moving into a new generation cooling system. It's no longer a fan system, but it's a phase change, a hybrid cooling, liquid gas. It's a first in the industry, and as a result of this technology, without increasing the dimensions of our casing, we are able to increase 1.5-fold our power, and these are self-cleaning and frost prevention mechanisms. We have smart DC fuse, so we no longer need to use a DC fuse here. In large-scale systems, installation follow-up is very important to have no voltage leakage, and we can determine and report to our clients in real time when this happens. The direct current can, when converted to AC, we utilize a dual transformation, so it allows us to have a 1 kilowatt AC output, and this dual stage helps prevent this from being reflected onto the panels. And together with this, we have grid forming based on inverters to imitate synchronous generators. And for the first time, this solar inverter is providing this, and we can carry this out for the very first time in the industry. I just want to go down a little bit more into technical details here. We have a wide portfolio end to end in solar energy. We give equipment and service solutions, so smart transformer solutions, large-scale solar power plants can be controlled by our power plant controller device and our bridge smart array controller, the SACU, as well as our smart string inverter. And this is our new generation inverter, has a strong heritage. It's something that we've added on our previous devices. It is the most successful inverter model globally, and we have shipped over 1 million worldwide, over 300 gigawatts. And in Turkey right now, we have approximately 17,000 shipments to Turkey. And on our local grid, we have 330 KTLs. And we've carried out a lot of R&D on this, and at this point, 50% more power, 25% more current, and all high-power solar panels can work with this inverter. At 4 main points, we can summarize our innovations. First, the IGBT. The smart cooling system. This has helped us optimize and impact on our case size. Our new communication system this helps optimize our response periods in accordance with our new regulations. And now we have also finally this grid forming algorithm, which is ahead of its time, and within solar inverter technologies, it is a leader. The grid forming characteristics that we expect from the solutions we can now carry out without batteries or with solar inverters. Together with our inverters, we have our prefabricated transformer packages with a guarantee of Huawei with services. And for 506, we have this has been expanded even further. In the system in general, what changes have been made, what electrical differences and advantages there are on the system. We have a sheet here, a slide here. On the direct current, we've gone from 1,500 to 1,600 volts. This extra 100 volts in string designs gives us this advantage, which is in a series panel compared to 330 kTL means we can use 2 more panels, and that reduces the number of string cables that will be utilized. On the output side, we have 1.5 fold outputs. We can utilize the same classification of cable in block design. In the event of utilizing Huawei's packages, we can go from 9 to 11 here. And again, you can design your large-scale fields. And when you bring all of these factors and systems together, a system that is designed, when compared with a system designed by 330 kTL, we have a 2% savings. And the inverter cost, when we consider that it is less than 10% of the total investment in a solar power plant, we can see that this is very valuable. About the design on the DC side, we have another positive here, which is the maximum output power can be provided is increased a little bit and expanded somewhat more. And for those business partners who work on design, it gives them a lot more flexibility. I mentioned the architecture of our inverter having the dual transformation, and in this way, the fluctuations in the grid do not impact our outputs, our power outputs. Being able to carry out grid forming allows us to be independent of the grid in our outputs. It means we can protect on the grid side, and on the right-hand side, the graphic you can see shows the output graphic of prior generation inverters, and the inverter operating current was differing here. And last year, as in Spain, when we have negative examples, inverters could go offline. But 506 kTL, however, protects against the frequency and current and protect its output, maintain its output. I do apologize. I talked about our smart DC breakers. They are with the security equipment. We no longer need a DC fuse on the inputs. They are automatic at millisecond level response, and can switch on and off in millisecond levels. In the event of a fault within the casing, this smart breaker lock themselves and wait for the service team to intervene. And in the event of in this event, the repeating of the fault is prevented. We have another innovation that has been introduced to the industry by Huawei. It was a technology that was included in our previous generation as well. In our connection points, that are electrical connection points, we can carry out temperature measurements. And on the AC or DC side, when we have a loose connection, the determination on time of these possible arcs allows us to prevent any future harm. We have a brief video here, but it didn't work. Okay. Let's continue on. Let me explain to that verbally. On the inverter input side, if you determine an installation problem, we can have this reported on the online system where the fault has occurred. Instead of looking at all the panels, you can only scan a small group in a specific area. And then we no longer have a basic cooling system, but we now have a climate control system. Let's look at the details here. On the left-hand side, the visual shows us on the market. All inverters have this heat output system. The heat is brought from the heat generating components of the case, and these are high volume, heavy mechanisms. On the 506 kTL, we have, as seen in the video on the right hand side, we have the mechanism in use, which the components like IGBT with high temperature, we draw the temperature into a capsule. We have a cooling chemical, HVO. It is utilized in air cons and industrial cooling systems. When IGBT is under load, it is a liquid that boils at all times. it rises, and our fans ventilate and cool these channels, and this chemical then becomes a liquid again, returns to its capsule, and then we have an unlimited cycle here. This is a closed circuit system, and as a result of this design, the casing can be 30% smaller and 40% lighter. And together with this, we have a self-cleaning mechanism in our fans. Inverter fans, when operating at specific repetition, they can discharge any dust that collects in the fans. And the second is anti-icing mechanisms in our fans, which are also being implemented, especially in the winter months where frost is high, where there are extreme temperatures and the cold. So this feature is activated to prevent the fans from becoming blocked. And this significantly extends the lifespan of the fans. In Turkey, in terms of compliance to the electric grid, we are under the responsibility of Annex 18, and especially the reactive power capacity and response times. It has expectations from us, and the devices that can respond to these are solar inverters that are smart devices. The reactive powers and the response times being initiated in a timely manner is the responsibility of inverters here. On the left-hand side, the graphic is one of the most difficult graphics of Annex 18. If I have to briefly summarize this, from TH, when a signal comes from TH, as a power station, within 200 milliseconds, we need to be able to give a reactive load response. After we've given the response, within 2 seconds, we need to settle at our targets, and our new generation communication infrastructure, which we call 3.0, receives the signal from TH and it reduces our response to 30 milliseconds, and being able to meet these response terms means that at the largest scale, most difficult conditions, we will have full compliance with the regulations. I just want to mention a quick nuance here. 330 KT, was it non-compliant? No, it wasn't, and that actually had a response period of 80 milliseconds, and here again, it met all the requirements of Annex 18 for response times. We have another important feature here, which is reactive power response. We have the reactive power response in the night hours. We have a feature that is in all our inverters that we have developed here. In string inverter technologies, the reactive power compensation is an important feature to not be faced with fines. This was something we could carry out in all our inverters, 330 kTL and before, but however, in the return of grid power, and in our previous inverters and all previous other inverters, we were unable to deal with this, but now when the power returns to the grid, we can continue operations. Increasing the inverter number without 506 kTLs can be established without establishing solar panels, but with 330 kTL, we had to connect solar panels, and this led to problems. But we can utilize the 506 kTL as a single unit. We mentioned the grid forming specification of our inverter. This means that the inverter can generate its own frequency and currents, and when your power transmission line and construction site is not completed, you can utilize your inverter for your operations, and this minimizes the need for diesel generators. And together with this, Huawei has been offering for many years the IV curve test, the health test for for solar panels. This has been further developed, and now they can complement each other with drone tests. And we have a infrastructure that forms a synergy. What are our positives here? Every string that the inverter is connected to, which panels have micro cracks or hotspots, we were able to determine this. In addition to that, any power losses, energy losses from panels can be reported to you. These were the deficiencies of the IV curve carried out by drones. Now drones were able to report which panels, but now we can online follow this and have a much more effective and detailed report online. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, then I will gladly answer them. I think we have no questions. Our stand is on the left, 506 KTL is included. All inverters are there for any further information. We'd be glad to host you. Thank you very much.
Merhabalar, ben Engin Doğan, Zenit firmasının.
Hello, I'm Engin Doğan. I'm one of the founding partners of Zenith, and we build solar power plants. I'm going to briefly tell you a little bit that. 15 years myself, and we've been working on floating solar power plants for 10 years now. We have another engineering colleague that works with us for 20 years. So for many years, we've been working on this, and we have end-to-end project management and deliveries that we carry out. So what are floating solar power plants? The only difference from on land are that they are placed on platforms on the water, and they are fixed with conventional or new methods. What's the difference from land? Because of the cooling of the water, they are more efficient. You know, solar panels like the light of the sun, but do not like the temperature of the sun. So we have cooling here. And obviously, they also prevent evaporation with their shadowing. And the shade also is beneficial to life forms. You can see from the intensity of the number of fish under piers, for example, this as well, that fish prefer this as well. And it also has a contribution to agriculture. The regulation side, on the Turkish side, with the coast law being changed in 2014, a step was taken there within the scope of this omnibus bill. They used to be tied to the Coast Guards. There was a cacophony because of this, but now since 2024 May, this has been removed. In December 2025, the regulation was completed, and now if you want to have floating solar power plants, all the steps you need to take, the path is completely clear until EPDK for permits. The greatest thing is the benefits of floating solar power plants. It prevents evaporation and contributes to the water expanses. 2025 was very bad. For example, in Çukurova area, I think there was a 90% loss. Hydroelectric had a terrible year, but this balances and obviously impacts in water usage as well. So this is another advantage of floating solar power plants. The basic operation principle is entirely the same as on land. There's a string connected to an inverter, inverters to transformers, transformers to the grids. The only difference here that I can state is the panels that are placed on a floating platform are fixed to the floor of the lakes. The fixation is usually the one thing that we're thinking about. So that's the question we hear the most. Floating solar power plants do not have a huge history. They were R&D studies at universities 20 years ago, and at the beginning of 2010 it became commercialized, and in 2017, 2018, with the famous company taking steps, these projects grew massively. 15 megawatts were huge in 2018, but in 2023, 320 megawatts were completed. So as trust and faith in the technology increases, interest increases in this technology. And in South Asia, America, and Europe, we can see interest is increasing. The technological requirements, what I can add here is, yes, it's a completely new technology, but when we talk about floating energy, these fixations are not new things. They've been carried out for 50, 60 years now. What we can call new here is the multiple line systems, because there are so many different floating items that are connected to each other, and you have to use many lines, many ropes, and this has a very unstable structure. If I need to briefly summarize that, if one leg of a four-leg table is
it provides so multiple structures that always require a better and advanced engineering, and while we're doing all the floating projects, when the budgets are problematic, you may cause loss of entirety of the power plants. So you need advanced engineering and iterations. Our journey started 2 years ago, approximately 3 years ago, in the year 2023, in the ODTÜ, who passed away, a professor. Bay Hoca led a TÜBİTAK project, which we financed, and with that project we started its installation. With the floaters that we found in the market that day, and the panels that we received as a part of the project we received, that same module is still floating, which can also be seen on the Google Maps. You can see different photographs from the same project. We are 100% domestic producer. All our floaters and the panels are domestic. All the panels that were created are from Turkey. This is our motto that we launched our project. With everything that we learned from the prototype, we improved our design. Easier to install in the field with a user. We created a module that is user-friendly. This is Mark II module. This is the name that we given. And the advantages of this are it's like a floating, right, like a raft-like structure. So it is less impacted by the environmental effects, and they can better provide the orientation towards the sun, thus minimizing the loss on the resources. When you put them on an array, you create a wind tunnel. The wind tunnel itself provides additional cooling effect. With a Mark III module, this is a single directional model that looks at the southern part, the southern direction in Turkey. This is a modular system, as you can see. It's interconnected, similar to the previous one. It's a smaller one compared to the previous one. Soon, we will apply the pilot model in a small pond in Balıkesir. We will use 2 different inverters, so we can see the performance. We can carry out performance analysis on modules and inverters, how the wind impacted us, how the waves impacted us. So can we capture the cooling data? Can we create hotspots or not? Soon we will have all this data from our pilot in Balıkesir. Here, this is something that everybody is curious about. Everyone thinks I can make the panel float, but how I can keep it on orientation, aligned in the orientation? As you can see, this is a leaf, this is a fiber. Because on the dams, there are differences in the surface levels. In one of the projects we had 80 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. These are important surface elevation differences. While thinking these differences in the islands with a certain freedom, how they can float. Of course, bathymetry is important. The conditions of the ground are important. The underwater structures are important because our dams, while we design our dams, sometimes we have some villages or other concrete structures that were floated by the reservoir of the dam. When you will see the photographs, you will better understand about it. Of course, the air conditions, the climatic conditions are important. The wind and other conditions can increase the load on the lines. In this world, there are different applications, methods in the world. There are methods to provide better cooling for. We have a buoyant usage method. If you are closer to the coast, you can use anchors on the ground, on the dry ground. But you can use a combination of different anchorages, or with the mooring and different flexible mooring systems that you can use, depending on the changes in the surface elevation levels of the waters. So you need to find the most cost-effective method and use it. For the anchors, for the anchorage, in the maritime wording it's called anchorage, there are 4 or 5 different methods like weighted or iron anchors or elastical anchors or elastic anchors. You need to choose one method and use it depending on your ground conditions, of course, which also needs to be cost effective. What is the bathymetry? Bathymetry is the maps that measure the depth of the waters. This is the bathymetry of the dam on which we will use the pilot project. Sonar studies that I mentioned, this is the photograph on the left. When we know you can see a rock on the surface on the depth. So while we are choosing our modules, we need to consider this. And there are certain underwater structures. These underwater structures you cannot find in the bathymetrical analysis, but you also need to be aware of all the structures, even trees under the water. You cannot see them in the underwaters, but you need to carry out a sonar analysis to see what is there. What is the advantages of seeing what is under the water? You can choose the rope and the iron that you will use. After the change in the surface level, if the aspect of the connections changes, it can make your line break or keep it under the water, causing imbalances. Therefore, it is important to have an idea what underground structures you have in the field, so that you can have a stable and secure system. In short, your field analysis needs to consider all the bathymetry changes in the water levels and drafts and currents, and all this design needs to be subjected to a risk assessment, because you need to know if you lose one line what happens, or if you lose 2 what happens. Because if something goes wrong on the land, you may lose a certain part of your facility, your installation. Such damages may occur. But when the things go wrong on the surface of the water, then you lose entirety of your installation. So entirety of your studies needs to take into account everything that's possible. As in engineering, we are using the same systems with NASA to carry out such risk assessments. What we do, as Zenit, we are an engineering company. We are providing engineering solutions with our own products and with the applied engineering and development of methodologies. We also manage projects. What do I mean by managing projects? We are not an employee, we are not a contractor, owner. The project management is an addendum or a department of the company. We are working on delivering the project. If a PV company is to be, the site is to be created, we only manage project. This is one of the things that we do the best. In the application side, we are doing anchorage, and connection. We are the application partner of the anchorage systems. Since we are marine people, we carry out the application of these systems. Our field applications is limited to this, actually, and we don't do anything else in that regard. With the synchronous, the flexible connection elements and the anchorage elements, it is a 60-year-old Swiss company, and 40 years ago, they created, they surfaced another product that they submerged 40 years ago. Thank you very much for listening to me. If you have any questions, I'd like to answer them. No question. Thank you very much for listening.
Öncelik
First of all, welcome. Generation in the energy sector is important, but its usage economically and its sustainability are important. I'm Hüseyin Kahveci. I'm Kahveci Bilişim's owner and operator. In this presentation, I'll talk about the crypto mining. Additionally, I will also talk about its location and usage in the energy sector and its benefits to our company and the solutions that we offer as a company. First of all, what is the crypto mining? Crypto mining means use of crypto coins, digital coins like Bitcoin to create to gain cryptocurrency by the stakeholders in an uncentralized manner. This provides continuity and putting in the market new coins. In the energy markets, in the year 2025, the blockchain's energy consumption cost was around 4 to 5 billion euros annually. This increased to $150 billion by the year 2030. Let's talk about the companies that generate energy like with wind and solar panels. With the solar-based products, the energy generating enterprises, and they always generate, sometimes generate additional excessive energy. If it is not stored, it will be a wastage. But excessive energy can be used for crypto mining to convert it into profit. The profits, revenues generated by the mining increases the revenue and the margins of the existing establishment and increase its ROIs. The solar panels are multi-use products that they use it for more companies. While using grid energy, due to the interruptions and unstable energy supply, crypto mining can suffer losses. Therefore, this use of solar resources for crypto mining allows ROI without any additional electricity bill. The solar energy systems provide full control on the generation of your electricity and provide full freedom for the energy that you will consume. So it makes a limitless generation. With the use of energy, they can be expanded or shrunk, depending on the things. This is a solution. Let's talk about the biggest problems for Turkey. Is it legal? Crypto mining in Turkey, is it legal? Yes, it is utterly legal. There is no legal restriction or ban on the mining here. But the biggest handicap is importation without statements and paying relevant dues. So smuggling is the biggest problem. What you need to know, crypto mining is legal, especially the nations that generate energy and their excessive energies. When used for crypto mining, they contribute significantly to the institution, organization, as well as to the country. Use of crypto mining can also be used as a balancing instrument on a legal grid. This for small and medium enterprises carry out works that, regarding that, and there are fields. So let me talk about my company. What kind of solutions that we can offer when you have excessive energy, especially unlicensed, with the enterprises that exceed 10 years. As you all know, you have a rights as an energy company. You can transform this excessive energy into cash with the crypto mining. Our booth is in the fourth hall, in this booth C14. You are all welcome to visit us there. No. I would like to answer any question if you have, because many people do not know about my sector here. Any questions? If no question, this is our website or Instagram. You can contact us from all these contacts. Thank you very much.
Başlayalım. Herkese merhabalar. Öncelikle hoş geldiniz. Ben Samet Vatansever, elektrik elektronik mühendisiyim. VTN Enerji Genel Müdürüyüm.
I am manager. Here, what we are talking about in the sector, the subject, the topic, that's a hot topic. The engineering of what we do. Today, with the increasing investments, with the facilities, the young facilities that contribute to added value to our country's economy. Yeah, we are repeating these questions, but we are still, as a nation, still doing the same errors in our in our investments and SPVs. We need to use appropriate engineering. Every single solar power plant is a correct investment for our country. It's an investment that reduces dependency on the foreign countries and supply our needs, demands. So, starting from the installation, correct project design, correct static calculations, correct engineering, correct voltages, correct selection of equipment should be applied to improve the efficiency of our power plants. In our projects, from project design to the applications at the engineering sites and throughout the entirety of our supply chain, we pay special attention to every single detail. We pay special attention to the occupational health and safety, and in the sector with the rooftop and land SPVs, with the new and big investments coming for the storage facilities, selection of wrong panels, wrong cables, wrong equipments would only cause our power plants to go waste. Old power plants, aged only 10 years, to improve the efficiency, the people are just trying to gain revenues through efficiency. The same will apply to our incoming power plants too. In the power plants, the static calculations needs to be carried out correctly, with risks correctly calculated and applications correctly implemented. In our projects, there was another point that we avoid. We don't have a qualification class. Every single employee, everyone does SPVs. All handymen can found. We are trying to correct their errors in the field every day. What we need to do is, by avoiding everything that's done wrong, we need classification according to the capacities with a gradual increase in the classification. With terribly sorry, due to the noises in the booth, we cannot interpret.
Kullandığınız bölgeye uygun mu? Sahalarımızda halen daha sektörde 13-14
We've been in the industry for 13-14 hours now. We are seeing a collapsing of panels, the flying of panels, and are we going to create energy power stations or an energy scrapyard? First, we need to consider this. When developing our turnkey projects, our first effort is for this. And at the point where we are competing, this is what we are dealing with. The important point here is not just creating the fields and completing them. It is to install them, commission them, and only go for maintenance. We wanted to give this information in advance so that you have any questions in your mind, we are able to answer them when it comes to investing in this area, and we would be glad to answer any questions you have as VTN Energy. Do you have any questions? Thank you, by the way, for coming all this way. Do you have any questions? If anyone has any questions, of any investors or old field owners, if we have anything, we'd gladly answer. Thank you very much for listening.
Tamam mıyız? Hoş geldin.
Welcome. Hello. I'm Abural from Sunmod Energy. I'm the general manager. And we will be talking to you about flexible and scalable energy solutions. And it's great to be able to meet with you as a result of this fair, and it's really great. And I would like to thank everyone for their participation. I want to get started with our presentation straight away. We carry out solar panel production in Şanlıurfa, and we stand out with R&D. We're innovative, powerful, strong. We're a manufacturing and export company. And with our production and management, we offer services not just locally, but internationally, but with our Flex series and in our special panel series, we try to be present. Quality, environmental production, customer satisfaction, innovation, and constant development are our main principles, and we value all of these and consider all of these at every point of production. For example, and when it comes to flexible panels, especially with METU, with the Middle East Technical University, we have a great collaboration, and we're trying to utilize this in our productions. We create innovative products, and we try to meet the needs of the industry and the markets, and we carry out manufacturing and take all actions that we can to meet the needs of all the industry. Customer satisfaction is something that really makes us stand out because even if we have the slightest problem with any product, with any production, we are able to solve immediately. We have 6 different product groups. Our panel varieties have been grouped. We have our special series from 110 watts to 230 watts. Special production panels. We have our Evolution series, which is 340 and 410 watts. Why do we produce these? Because now there are power stations that are reaching their 10-year lifespan, and at this point, with our 340 watts instead of the old busbar panels, we carry out this production. And in the same way, we have 400, 405 watt demands from the industry. And for this, to meet this need, we are producing 410 watts. We have a high voltage, 205 and 280 watt special orders we receive for this. Especially for 280 high volt version, we have a lot of demand in this regard, and we have production in this line. Considering we have customers that consider the aesthetic point of view, and we have the Black series, 230 watt and 455 watt productions that are in existence. We have our Prime series, 455 watts, 550 and 610 watts. And hopefully we'll be moving towards the 610 watt this year. We currently have 455 and 550 watts production. We're hoping to move towards 610 by the end of the year. The Flexible series is where we are most comfortable, to be honest. In Flexible, we have from 110 watts to 170 and 205 watts of products. And also, in accordance with the customer demands, we have different dimensions, different sizes. That's your desired watt power. We can carry out productions. And briefly, to touch upon in the special series, our 205 watts is most preferred for caravans, for camper vans, by 1,405 dimensions, and we are planning different dimensions for caravans. And in addition to this, generally on the user side, when they have extensive demands, then we can carry out flexible production specifically for a customer. As I've stated, the Evolution series in 340 watts specifically, we are starting to receive a lot of demands today in the fair as well. We had a lot of meetings in this regard as well, especially in 2 megawatts, 3, 4 megawatts. Old power stations came to us. They used to be really high power, as you know, but the panels they usually used were 265, 270 280 watt panels. And at this point right now, we are trying to produce products for their replacement and updating. The high voltage series, as I've said, 230 and 280 we are working on. For 205, we have demand for high voltage, 10 bus bar and 9 bus bar transitions, and flexibility is also present. In the Black Series, we've worked on 230, and we get a lot of feedback about this, especially in the Antalya region. In villas, we have a lot of demand in this regard. And again, we have our 455 watts, which we produce specifically for villa projects. We have Luxol frames on all products, and all our products, especially in the small panel side, have the same raw materials as we use in the 500 watts, and that's why we are on the market with these products. In the Prime series, we have 455 watts normal mono panel, 550 watts bifacial productions we're carrying out, and obviously these agricultural irrigation in our area of Şanlıurfa have high demand for these panels. Again, in Central Asia, from Aegean, we have a lot of demand for these products, and so we carry out our shipments to these areas. We have our flexible series. Our flexible series is beyond the standard panel understanding. You know, new things are being attempted in the industry, and on the flexible matter, we're taking significant steps, and we see very different designs when it comes to this. We have triangle design products and standards. We're in the second hall, by the way. And similarly, for on-boat productions, we have different dimensions. So if you come with a specific dimension measurements, then we can develop models specifically for you, suitable for you. We have a return to the future subject that we're dealing with, and obviously we have floating solar power plants. In the coming period, we're going to be seeing a lot of matters regarding floating solar power plants, and we've started with 130 watt tender for this, and Turkey in this regard needs to progress and take steps in this area, because we are often talking about water shortages, and also in our dams the energy transmission lines can be used, so we have this advantage as well. My PhD is also in the area of floating solar power plants, and we are placing a lot of importance on this, and on the use of floating solar power plants. We are working on R&D because there's no other company working on this. Balcony solar power plants are the packet or panel groups that are currently spoken about the most. We want to offer aesthetic solutions here, not just plain panels, place and go. We want a more aesthetic, better looking product we want to develop here. And there are a lot of inverter or battery companies that we are in constant contact with in this regard. And within this year, we will be working on a packet to introduce to the industry this year. On-site transformation, again, we are also thinking about bring the old, take the new, like a recycling. If we could make an agreement with the investor and do something on the manufacturing side, then hopefully we'll be able to make our mark on 2026. We have facade modeling. There are now regulations and requirements for roof solar power plants, so we now have facade coverings as well. And we had a project in Kyrgyzstan previously about an R&D about a six-sided project. So we haven't had any progress in that regard. We're waiting at the moment, but we said, why are we only thinking about this for Kyrgyzstan? We can utilize this in our country as well. Green building certification has now been implemented since the 1st of January. There's now a requirement starting with public buildings, and within the scope, especially in public buildings, green building integration and compliance, and together with this, rooftop solar power plants are now requirements. It starts with 2,000 square meters. However, with the current situation with Iran, the crisis in energy, and now it's something that all of us individually and jointly in buildings, we need to be switching and transforming to rooftop and facade solar power plants. Again, about floating solar power plants, we have legislation, regulatory requirements that are being introduced to the industry. We haven't seen many companies operating this area, and we are trying to make contact in this regard specifically. Especially, on my PhD, I studied on a membrane and also a floating model, a buoy model, what differences there are and what we can do in this regard. What we've seen right now, the capacity, obviously, we're all aware of this. We have certain difficulties and steps weighted in this regard. Certain capacities have been introduced, but still, everyone's desire is independent when it comes to energy. On the individual and mobile usage, there's a huge gap. As Sunmod Energy, in particular, we are trying to fill this gap. And throughout the fair, in these 2 days, especially at our stand, we've had huge crowds. And in this area, I do believe that we will have different initiatives on their caravans, on their balconies, on the. Everyone is looking for solutions, mobile solutions. There's a high demand for this. We're working on this. We're working on a new innovation with a bag model. There are certain models on the market, but how can we utilize this more actively? What kind of innovation can we introduce here? We are working on this. And on the other hand, we're carrying out social projects with high schools and universities, especially we're supporting Technofest activities in Şanlıurfa. There's a high demand in this regard because I'm sure you're aware there are a lot of students there as well, and we are trying not to turn down any of the demands in this regard. And I'm an energy engineer myself, and I completed my 10th year in the industry, and we've helped all our energy engineer colleagues when it comes to internships and work opportunities, and we're trying to do as much as we can, and we're continuing this at our new company. We have a design your own module that we've developed as well. One of the greatest problems experienced by students was they have no area to work. And how can we solve this for them? So we invite them to our factories, especially with high school students. We have frequent contacts. Come if you have any ideas, any modeling. Let's try and apply together for certain things. Let's maybe we can provide raw materials for a product you're developing. And you can pass on your experience in panels to the places you go. We have these efforts as well, and it's very pleasurable. This is my presentation. I think I've utilized my time efficiently. If you have any questions, I can take your questions at our stand. We'd be glad to host you. You can see the panels. You can see all the different dimensions of solar panels at our stands. And I'd like to thank you very much for attending and for your attention. Thank you very much.
Öncelikle herkese merhabalar.
Hello, welcome everyone. This, how many Solarexes we attended? We lost the count of it. This year, like all years, we've been here as the ISRIC. And I will talking about the employment engineering. Let me talk about this energy. It is founded in the year 2014. We are an accredited testing, inspection, and auditing body. We are providing services regarding employee engineering. Our main job is technical consultancy, testing, and auditing services. We are serving to a wide range of services, not only for solar, but also the rest of the renewable energy, including wind, biomass, and biogases. Over 14 gigawatts of work completion certificates have been accumulated to date. Most of them are coming from solar side, but we had significant projects in the wind, in the hydroelectric, and biogas projects. After foundation in the year 2014, we were accredited by Turkey in the year 2003, and we have been working in the field of employer engineering to date. Perhaps you know the names, these names. Kutay Kaleli is the founder of our company, he was the chairman of the Günder, and Kerim is the vice manager, and Arijan has been the technical officer for the last 8 years. We have a big team in our company. In this team, we have our project managers who play a critical role in our operation. Jakub has been working with us for the last 7 years. Zeynep was with us with the last 6 years. Fuat and Sude have been with us for the last 8 years, and Tuğçe has been with us for the last 6 years. The stable staffing is one of the values that we offer to our services, to our clients. We have a team, big engineering team of 107 engineers. We have a bigger staff consisting of entirely white collars, bigger than many of the EFC companies you might see in the market. We have different specialties. We have a project engineers and project manager in each team. Our project engineers manage the process, and the project managers coordinate with the technical services director. In the field auditing side, we have experts as well regarding the commissioning and the testing and field audits. We have different teams so that the experts can provide the testing and the inspections with the most accurate and up-to-date information and knowledge, know-how. We start to provide services at this point zero, at the starting point, as a team of engineers to investors and employees. At the starting point, we have first inspection, the regulation, in line with the regulation, the recent regulation regarding to the Huawei offsetting. We are carrying out feasibility works, which is important. The accuracy of feasibility is most critical component in the investments. When you compare it with the hourly offsetting investments, we observed many of our clients have had certain waste in their generation. So feasibility and the first discovery are important steps in your investment cycle. I'll go into the detail about it. In the following steps, we will follow the letter of calls and letters and their monitoring and finalization. We provide a management cycle for tendering process, and with the termination of the tender, the awarding company's designs are controlled by us, and factory acceptance tests of the equipment to be used by the company and entirety, and the construction of the power plant as specified and according to the specifications. And make sure that you have the best outcome in your own construction and tendering services. We provide the loaner creditor engineering services as well. Many banks in their financial processes, we provide technical consultancy to many banks. To give an example, by the way of an example, if you want to invest in a solar power plant, your company, in addition to your company's financial situation, technical certain reporting is also requested by the banks. So we provide project assessments and preliminary assessment reports and in situ expertise services. As evaluation is provided for when you ask for a mortgage, the same applies in our projects as well. To better detail the services that we provide, the first one is on-site findings. Today, here, the land projects are more popular, but with the new capacities opened, the roofs will come to fore again in near future. During our discoveries, we look at the structure of the topography of the land, and from drilling methodology to the are we going to use a fixed system construction or trackers? What will be the type of the panels? What are the diameters for the wiring, and how we can shorten them? All the detailed works are carried out with the in-situ discovery, and then we prepare a feasibility report. The feasibility report that we prepare is based on the hourly offsetting. It's a critical component of the process. With the feasibility, we look at the hourly generation data and the hourly generation data through PVC software, monthly, hourly, and annual generations, and the AC/DC ratios in situ, the load-bearing ratios of the power plant that we are going to create will be determined. This is if the contractors and the EPCs don't do that, yes, but the contractor's perspective is more on increasing the number of DC loading or the number of panels to positively increase their own revenues. This is why at the point of optimization we create a difference. We determine the optimum power, optimum capacity for you and your needs. This is the feasibility reports. This is one of the reports that we work with, all the feasibility reports. OYAC, we are managing all their projects. The red ones that you see here, red columns, is the consumption of one of the factories, and the yellow is the generation for the given month. But today these graphics are not sufficient, do not provide sufficient data for you, because for the factories or the power plants that we want to invest in, their generation will be subject to the hourly offsetting. Therefore, the red and yellow graphs that you see here needs to be detailed in the month and per hour. When we look at the next position, when we are determining the capacity of the power plant that we are going to establish, then we enter into the permits process, the calls and the AEAs and the geological ethics and other further design works are done by us, or we follow them for you. This is one of the examples of calls. The call, when they are announced, yeah, we decided to implement a project, or we decided to have a connectivity there. For construction of the works, in order to be able to determine the constructor, preparation of technical and administrative specifications, and delivery of letters of undertaking. Our objective here, for you, when you sign a contract, the rights and obligations of both parties needs to be specified, and the scope of their works needs to be detailed and specific to the needs of the project, starting from the project term to the maintenance and repair contracts with the availability of the spare parts and the technical services. So it is 15 to 20 pages chapters for the contract, so that we have better determine the specifications of the contract, so that while we are supervising or monitoring the process, we will have our limits. We had the contracts. We have seen examples where the contract was signed with the contractor before our involvement, and when we started to prepare the specifications, the technical specification that we prepared, the contracts were breached, but appeared to be breached by the contractors, because we are a company that focuses on the quality and the standards, and when we explain the details to our clients, of course the costs can sometimes increase, but it will be best for us and for you when we look at the details. We have seen the examples of the power plant of one of the power plants of one of the most famous companies of Turkey experienced the collapse due to the increased load by snow. Last week it happened. These examples, we took part in the auditing of these areas. So project design and the contracting process are significant and important for us, because they frame the entirety of the operation. Here you can see, after submission of the technical and administrative specifications, we then move to the tender evaluation side, because our motivation is more on the technical side of the thing. We are not interested in the financial side, because in the 36 different construction sites with the 27 different companies, we have been working as auditors. Perhaps the companies that you have never heard of, we audited them. So in order to ensure neutrality, we don't even want to see the financial data of the contract. All the evaluations, all the assessments are carried out according to the criteria that are set forth. Here you can see on the slide. We are looking PV model details of the construction transformer, the SCADA, what are the figures related to them. All the details are examined, and you can see step by step. And in a transparent manner, we provide you which company receives what kind of score, and which company provides what kind of technical modules. And at the end of the table, you can see a graph. The real red means the company has the less qualification, technically speaking, and the green provides the best technical capabilities. Of course, our scoring does not necessarily mean that you have to sign a contract with this company. Perhaps the yellow one was the cheapest, and you wanted to focus on the cost. So we provide directives to the contractor after you sign an contract with the contractor. Then we want the contractor to submit the implementation projects. In our technical specification, one of the most important items is the guarantee of the performance rates. In order to ensure their warranties and guarantees, we want the contractor to be the designer of the projects. So with our request, their projects, we want them to draw their own project designs, and they have during the project's design controls, we work Limac, for instance. We have been working with all of them. You can see an example report of them. The concept designs, the layout plans, the single line schemes, and from the calculations of the designs from cable carriage capacities to the voltage reductions. We report everything to the contractors. If we see any errors or non-standard situation, we report everything and we prepare the instructions to the contractors to make sure we have a error-free project. After signing the agreement contracts, procurement starts. During the procurement process, the entirety of the products that will be used in your power plant are inspected in their factories one by one before delivery to the site. You can see the photographs here at the production line. The production lines of many manufacturers are similar, but their production qualities are not the same. They do not have the same details. This is why when we procure a product in order to ensure their quality, or simulators and the test and measurement devices, and wellness and their CDF files compatibility are controlled to take part in the manufacturing of entirety of those equipment, so that a wastage should not occur in our projects. And our specifications have specific items for that. All PV models, with the production of all PV models, PV models, we have test outputs. The image on the right is the PV models after production. You should think about it as an X-ray of PV models. It's the electroluminescence test. We are controlling every single one of them to identify any error that may occur on the PV modules, which are invisible to the naked eye. In the power plants, in the solar power plants, we work in the series methodology. Any fault that can be seen in a single product that can also affect all entirety of the series 16, 18 of them. Our objective is to increase the efficiency rates, of course. The same controls here in the construction site. In addition to the construction, the panel on the panel side and the transformer side, we provide the same services. The next stage is we have the materials for manufacture, then the construction started. Depending on the volume, the size of your project, we assign our engineers to carry out full-time inspection in your field. So our workplace of our engineers becomes your construction site. They visit your construction site 6 days a week and prepare completion reports. In line with the TIH regulations and in line with the international standards, our standard for installation in the field is the 62446-3, and we prepare daily work completion reports, as you can see in the example. This report, you can find data related to the number of employees that worked in the day, which heavy machinery was used, what was the completion percentage. So many details can be seen in our reports. In our land, given the fact that the land projects are popular, this service is more valuable for you. Of course, in the factory roofs, when you look at them, you can have information. But while your SPV is being created in a land far from your office, we are your ears and the eyes in the field. You can see in our reports we are providing risk levels. We indicate the risk levels in our reports. At certain levels, we sometimes ask stoppage of the execution because sometimes some errors are irreversible and we need to stop them as soon as they start to occur before continuing the rest of the construction works. We have punch lists, weekly punch lists, as I mentioned, the color coding of the punch list. If it is red, the error is not closed. If it is green, it was closed. And these are weekly updated. At the end of the work, no, it is a commissioning. No, we came to the commissioning stage. We verify the accuracy of the tests, commissioning tests that are carried out in the field. And the next one, in the next stage, we carry out our own tests after admission, after acceptance in the field. Our main objective here is after the acceptance, if we observe any problems, is there anything that was missed in the first testing, At that point, we used thermal drones for thermal inspection of all PV panels, and we carry out the installation tests of all and grounding tests of all cabling in the power plant. From visual to the drone controls, we are providing end-to-end solution in the inspections so that you can have a fault-free power plant. Here you can see images of our exemplary controls. You can see a hotspot on the PV module on the left. The hotspot that was created in the PV module here can have impact on the entirety of the string, thus reducing the efficiency. If wrong torque, then you can see head piece that received the wrong torque values, which can cause future errors that can also end up in fires. You can see we were engaged in the Erzin-1 power plant of Limak. 8 of our engineers took part in these inspections. In the EKA projects, we took part in the Yeşilyurt groups. This is the first project of the Yeşilyurt group. This is about the 96 megawatt first project. And this year, we had a 220 megawatt project that was realized. So I have a portfolio of 320 megawatts. This is another image of it. Morgan Energy, working at the Kocatepe with the hybrid solar power plant. And the hybrid projects we are the sectoral leader in many of the hybrid projects. It was a 32 megawatt project. This is Colin Groups. This is 66 megawatts capacity of solar power plant energy. This is Polat Energies. We will see a project with storage soon. This is in addition to the wind power plant. We created a solar power plant. All the inspections and controls were carried out by us. In addition to this, we have 132 megawatt hours of storage capacity. Özaltın Group, which is one of the valuable clients that we serve, we take part in all their projects. This is a 22 megawatt hybrid project that they installed in their dam. Akfen Group, and we take part in all their hybrid projects, wind and integrated solar panels. Akasya Maden, they are one of the largest mineral companies in Turkey, and had a 65 megawatt solar panel. Türk Traktör, Polasat Enerji, Göktepe, the power plant in Göktepe. These are the battery units that we added. We should have an updated version of this picture. It is one of the largest storage projects in Turkey. Amya Maden, Panda Aluminium. Yes. Panda Aluminium is the manufacturer of many of the frames that are used in the solar power plants in the sector. Beko, as a Koç Group company, we serve them too. Arçelik, Beko, and Türk Traktör. We take part in all their projects. Başkent University. This is one of the university projects. They're carports, and we use the roof areas in the university campus, and we established the EV charging stations. And last year we completed the land project. It's a university that consumes only renewable energy power, and it's the alumni of our founder, so we had a sensitive. CNF came because this was one of the unfortunate projects. They had to recreate the power transmission line, so we helped them throughout the entirety of the process. Aisin is one of the Toyota Group companies, and we served the entirety of their project in Malatya. Mega Metal, as you can see here, they have many projects, and and in all of them they work with us. Oltan and Keloğlu, this is 80 megawatts hybrid solar power plant site. In addition to the biomass and biogas, it also has a solar power plant component. This was the first phase, a 5 megawatt capacity, which was increased to the 80 megawatts in two different locations today. Limak Energy Epagas, it was the largest solar power plant of the day in the year 2007. After is another small project of us. CSC Cement is the largest project in the year 2022. Cesar Holdings and the cement factories demand is supplied by this project. This is Gurish project in Ovidol in abroad. Jingle solar power plant of Poland. It is the best power plant you can see in Turkey. The elevation difference from one corner to other point does not exceed 5 centimeters, so it's a lovely, pleasing image. So this is the power plants that we periodically inspect. Danet is a meat producer for AUSV Group. We manage entirety of the businesses of many of the groups that you see here. And if you have any question, I'd love to answer them. Go on, please.
Hastane çatısı
Hospital rooftops, Başkent University, or for factory roofs, we have a lot of services there. Başkent University on the Konya Hospital, for example. There as well, we have carports as well. On the trade side, on the commercial side, the areas are generally multi-story, so their consumption cannot normally be met. So for that reason, on the land side or on the carport side, we do focus on carports. Medipol University hospitals, for example, we have a project that we've implemented, a project to meet all needs, 40 megawatts. But in Istanbul, as we all know, or throughout Turkey, as we all know, a hospital group that we know, if we try to use all of their roofs because of their locations, we would only be able to have projects of 2 or 3 megawatts, small projects. That's why there's more of a tendency towards the land side. So how feasible or is it rentable for it to be between the consumption and the land for production, for generation? The regulations allow that anywhere in Turkey you can establish a power plant. There's no regulation regarding where it is, but with the latest regulations and memorandums, what we have learnt is this. And that's all applications by the end of April, all applications will be considered, but for May, June, new capacities are going to be considered. Like, for example, IFM, it has a consumption. If you establish something on the roof, then you'll be prioritized here, obviously, for a permit. But in addition to that, in the region you are, in the area you are, the proximity of your power generation location and your consumption location will start to be important. They have a maximum of 5 kilometers. So the prioritization in technical criteria, the aim of this is here. There's over 22 gigawatts of solar power established in Turkey, and the capacity of renewable energy is increasing. Storage capacities, including our infrastructure capacity, is starting to be filled, and our demand is continuing. We still want to generate our own energy, our own electricity, and we have so many investors in this regard. They've declared their priority lists when it comes to capacity being granted. being produced and consumed in the same location is always able to be converted to a grid independent system. But for example, we went to a district in Çorum, we established a power plant. It has a capacity of the area, and this power plant can exceed this capacity. But in Istanbul, in Gebze, these areas of really high industrialization, because high consumption, the priority now is aimed at establishment of power plants where consumption actually takes place. Thank you. If we have no other questions, then I thank you all for attending and for your consideration, and I wish you all a pleasant fair. Have a great day.